I'm just saying. That sucks. Hello, Burn Hand Panda. Cracker, please. I don't like eucalyptus. Hello, chlamydia-based... tiny varmint. Koalas have chlamydia. Have I seen Hudson Hawk? Yeah. I had a friend that would watch it a lot. It's a good movie. Highly underrated. I think there's way too many things for this to juggle between. The most memorable thing about Hudson Hawk I have, well, the villains are phenomenal. Caricatures of villains. I forget what her name is. She's a comedian. Sandra Byrne. Just hysterical as it's just hilarious. But the musical number in the middle of Hudson Hawk, priceless. Bonnie Ball. Oh yeah. I have way too many things for this to go through. Yeah, would you like to swing on a star? That's the, that was the best. That was awesome. they used the song to get because it timed out how long they needed to do whatever. So that's why they used a song. That's right. I totally forgot that that's what the reason was for the song. I'm thinking this farming for tier 4 vendors would be a lot easier if I didn't have the hadn't had met the Automatron or the Nuka World DLC, because that's adding extra people into the thing. What's the memory on Hudson Hawk this morning? Did you see it recently? Now you can't have atomic radio on the PlayStation because it adds stuff. But
to all teenagers everywhere, keep off the grass. No, we're not talking about your neighbor's lawn, although it's a good idea to stay off that as well. Your neighbor worked very hard to keep his property free and clear of children, and he shouldn't have to remind you to stay off it. But no, the grass we're talking about is far more lethal than Mr. Gunderson's empty threats to call the police. The grass known as cannabis, or reefer in some circles, is a poison more dangerous than all the world's drugs combined. This is because reefer is a gateway drug, and behind that gate are more harmful substances like heroin, cocaine, and angel dust. By surviving your experience with grass, you'll feel emboldened to try substances you wouldn't have considered otherwise, descending further and further until your checklist of drug-induced madness is complete. And what about grass itself? You might think on its own the effects are rather harmless, but studies show that even a single inhale can induce fits of laughter for no reason at all. Tommy here is on his 5th cigarette, and the list of things he now finds hilarious are astonishing. Tommy's latest joke involves running through a stop sign and driving his car into a playground full of school children. These are actions he would normally find abhorrent, but high on grass, there is nothing in the world he finds funnier than listening to their screams. As you can see, it's a slippery slope from trying grass at a party to serving life in prison for manslaughter. At the time, you couldn't have known just how dangerous it was, but the fact is, reefer isn't just a threat to your life, it's a threat to everyone around you.
Let me tell you the story of Marvin. He's a good, clean boy from a loving family. But Marvin has a weakness. He wants to fit in with the other boys at school. And unfortunately, some of them are very, very bad. When one of them offers him a marijuana cigarette, Marvin is so desperate to be included that he'll smoke 5, 10, or 20 times the average delinquent, even if it kills him. And this time, it just might. Several hours after his first joint, Marvin's drug-addled brain has hit on a clever idea for opening bottles. What if instead of using a bottle cap opener, he simply smashed the top off?
Oh, Venice.
Broken bottle in hand, Marvin can...
Ah, Venice. This is where I had my first bare-hand strangulation. George, you old softy. Sorry.
Used to drink, at no point realizing that shards of glass have severed his tongue. While blissfully unaware of his impending death, Marvin has another idea. With bottle caps no longer being produced by soda companies, what if they could be used as a currency? He posits that a fixed, controlled supply of currency will safeguard against the perils of inflation and provide the foundation for a stable economy. The idea never gains traction, however, as Marvin can no longer communicate in words while choking on his own blood. Marvin's story is not a new one. It could happen to you, to your children, or a family friend. That's why it's important to talk to your kids about the dangers of illegal narcotics and steer them towards safer alternatives, such as alcohol and tobacco. Their health and well-being depends on it.
Stein residence, Gertrude speaking.
Hey, Gertie. I got some bad news. Billy at the shop needs me to cover for him. Something about bees in his pants?
Oh my, that sounds serious.
Yeah. Supposedly, he's only got a 10% chance to keep his dingling, but that's not why I'm calling, Honey Bun. I wanted to let you know that I'll probably have to cancel on our date tonight.
That's a shame. Oh well, I'll see you when you get home, dear.
Love you.
Love you too.
Did she buy it?
Hook, line, and sinker, Billy.
I bet it was the bees that scared her. People are terrified of bees.
That's your ignorance talking. Without bees, the world would be a scary place. There'd be no flowers, no fruits, and no apiologists.
What now?
Apiologists, Billy. That's a fancy name for beekeeper. Now, if you want to talk about something scary, that would be the tarantula hawk.
Is that some kind of bird?
It's a wasp, and if you had one of those in your pants, the last thing you'd be doing is going to the ball game.
Oh no, should I be worried? What if they have a taste for human flesh?
Haha, no. The tarantula hawk, or cazador as they're called in some parts, is too small to eat humans. You're not going to look up in the sky and find a swarm of them stinging people. And do you know who we have to thank for that?
Bees?
Sure, why not? In fact, when the ball game's over, why don't we go back to your place and I'll tell you about the time a bumblebee saved my life.
Wow, bees really are man's best friend.
And don't you forget it.
They're gay.
Man, this park really needs cleaning up. It's hard to run and play with the field in such bad shape.
This is truly how things become law in America.
And that's not even counting all the litter.
Hey, kid, I'm not litter. I'm a bill.
You're a what now?
A bill to clean up this very park. Before that, I was an idea, pulled right out from your bottom. Thanks for not wiping, by the way. Anyways, kid, the point is, if you take me to Capitol Hill, I can someday become a law.
How do we make you a law?
Well, it takes a majority vote, usually. Thing is, a lot of voters don't have a reason to want to clean up your park. So, you gotta convince them.
How do we do that?
Easy. We just change up some of my words so I appeal to more people. Like instead of me saying, let's clean up the park, what if I said, let's clean up the park by building a cigarette factory on top of it, and then gave the money to our good friends at Grey Tortoise to build it?
Alright, hang on a second. Who's Ness?
Hey.
Hey, buddy. You looking to earn some caps?
Sure.
Then I've got the job for you. I've got a lead on a crash site. Big old jet. That much scrap could be worth a lot.
Oh, yeah.
The Skylanes wreck? I've been there.
You have? Well, I think I can still get something out of it.
If you're looking for the secret compartment, I got that too.
What? I thought I was the only one. Of all the luck. Well, you beat me to it, fair and square. Saved me some time chasing an empty plane, too. I think I better find another lead. See you around.
Damn it.
Why don't we go back to your place and
Oh well.
Vote, usually. Thing is, a lot of voters don't have a reason to want to clean up your park. So you gotta convince them.
How do we do that?
Easy. We just change up some of my words so I appeal to more people. Like instead of me saying, let's clean up the park, what if I said, let's clean up the park by building a cigarette factory on top of it? And then gave the money to our good friends at Grey Tortoise to build it.
But that's not what I asked for at all. I want the park to be clean so I can run and play.
Don't worry, we'll also add a provision that lets companies advertise in schools. And once you've tasted all the premium tobacco found in every Grey Tortoise cigarette, your lungs will be too damaged to want to do exercise of any kind.
I don't know, Bill. That doesn't sound very fun.
Oh, so you're just gonna let me die?
Die?
That's right. If I don't get past, kid, I die on the house floor. And you know what that makes you? A murderer.
Oh no, what have I done?
Nothing yet. That's why it's so important that we add the right language so I get past. And remember, we're gonna need to sway not just the House and the Senate, but also the President.
Really? What does he want?
Does it matter? You want your cigarette factory built, don't you? Well, we'll need to pull a few extra strings to get it. But I think some new curtains in the White House might go a long way.
And maybe a new bike for me?
Now
you're getting it, kid. Now come on, let's go get me past. But how I hope and pray that I will, but today I am still just a bill. Besides you, Bill, now you're a law.
Oh, yeah.
This is Brad. Every morning, he starts his day by refusing to get out of bed. It isn't until his mother drags him out that he even bothers to open his eyes. Wake up, Brad. It's time for school. Oh, have you been putting on weight? Does she have to do this every morning, Brad? Even if you're a hopeless lout, at the very least you could stop being a burden to everyone else. Meanwhile, your sister Karen has already gotten dressed and even has time to set the dining table. It's not that Karen likes mornings. Far from it. But knowing this, she planned ahead by picking out her clothes the night before. And while she may be groggy, a bowl of sugar bombs and a dose of Mentats is all she needs to get ready for school. And Brad, notice how Karen is never late for the bus. On the other hand, it's clear by that dog trot that you've not only missed the bus, but your shoes are on the wrong feet. Now the neighbors are pointing and laughing, not just at you, but at your parents for having raised such a helpless, clumsy child. And the embarrassment doesn't stop once you arrive at school. If you thought the neighbors were cruel, then you obviously weren't prepared for the jeers of your fellow classmates.
Nice shoes, Brad, you dingus.
Yeah, Brad, you dingus.
Perhaps you even
This
resented
gun
Karen,
is
who,
not
with the
the
help
right
of her
size of
Mentats
this
addiction,
weapon.
answered every question the teacher raised and got a perfect score on the recent test. After school,
Hey,
you
Ganesh.
find two of your classmates making eyes at each other. They're obviously having a private moment, but given your inability to read a room, let alone a book, you can't help but interrupt them.
Hey guys, what you up to? Hey Brad, what are you doing here?
Yeah, Brad, we're kind of busy. Is there something you want?
Well, yeah, how's the weather? The weather? Why don't you just look out the window and see for yourself?
That didn't go very well, now did it? Not only did you ruin Sally's first kiss, but worse yet, you added nothing to the conversation. It turns out you don't know the first thing about weather, Brad, so it would be smart to stop asking about it. Oh, please. It's a little late for tears, isn't it, Brad? You've had your whole life to prepare for this day, and now you've blown it. In the end, you have no one to blame but yourself. Does Brad remind you of anyone? If so, there's really only one way to prevent deviant behavior like this. Preparation. By planning ahead, you can avoid making the mistakes Brad makes, or at least give yourself more time to correct them. Remember, in life there are rarely any real surprises. There's only failure to prepare for them.
It's called Atomic Radio. It's a mod on the PlayStation, on the PC, maybe on the Xbox too, I don't know. But without all the songs, these are all the commercials. Specifically, these are all the PSAs.
America is a country founded
I'm
on
listening
liberty
to it off
and
of
virtue.
YouTube. So.
These are things that must be nurtured from generation to generation, lest they wither away to the vagaries of time. You might be wondering, why should I donate my free time to civil service? Well, let me ask you a question. Are you a citizen or a communist? It may seem like an obvious question. Of course you're a citizen. Most of you were born here, whereas some of you may have come here and taken the oath. But citizenship is about more than just being on American soil. It's about maintaining a loyalty to the principles this country was founded on. Which is why many of you well-meaning individuals may be communists without even knowing it. Do you resent the good fortune displayed by our wealthiest citizens? Then you might be a communist. Do you often question the actions of your leaders in government? Then you might be a communist. Do you sometimes feel an attraction to your fellow man that goes beyond platonic? You could be a homosexual, but also a communist. Do you find yourself speaking Russian in your sleep, or have pictures of Lenin in your home? Well, then you might just be a communist. Even if you answered no to the previous questions, it doesn't mean your work is done. It is your job as an American citizen to report any suspicious behavior to the proper authorities. It could be your neighbor, your boss, or even your congressman. Being an American is about more than having the right documents. Remember what it says in the Constitution. As an American, you have the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of communists, wherever they may hide.
So, am I worried about a copyright strike? I don't know what copyright strikes really do, because, and how many it takes before they turn your channel off. Because right now I have about 100 or more. I think I want to play Fallout 3. I think I need to get a nice PC sometime. I played this in yesterday's
Did you know that the oldest known chameleon was found in Anhui, China? That's right, the very same country that serves as the capital for modern socialism. So it's not surprising that in recognizing a communist, physical appearance can sometimes be misleading. Many communists dress and behave like ordinary American citizens, blending into their surroundings just like their chameleon ancestors. So, how do we identify them? It's not an easy question to answer. That's why if you encounter someone you suspect is a communist, it's best not to interrogate them. In many cases, a left-wing activist will reveal themselves without prompting, usually by parroting the propaganda found in their Marxist newsletters. Of course, not all communists will declare themselves openly. Some are under strict orders by their Chinese government to avoid that very thing. These covert agents will typically have a strong interest in photography and spend the majority of their free time loitering outside sensitive military sites. However, even those instructed to keep their identities a secret will betray their allegiances one way or the other. This is because the average communist can't help but condemn our American way of life. They will criticize our foreign policy.
Hi.
Hey, buddy. You looking to earn some caps?
What's the job?
I've got a lead on a crash site. Big old jet. That much scrap could be worth a lot to the right buyer.
The Skylanes wreck. I've been there.
You have? Well, I think I can still get something out of it.
You're after the secret compartment. I cleaned it out already.
What? I thought I was the only one who... Of all the luck. Well, you beat me to it fair and square. Saved me some time chasing an empty plane, too. I think I better find another lead. See you around.
She had the cargo key? I've never read Ness's lead. Never killed her in the real game. And every time I've met her, this has always been my,
Our muscle cars and our
thing.
barbecued ribs. They may struggle to remember the names of the founding fathers or maintain poor posture when listening to our national anthem. If this sounds like someone you know, it's imperative you notify the Department of Justice immediately. A failure to apprehend even one communist comes at the expense of American lives, both here and abroad.
It didn't want to get wiped. Oh, I played this stuff yesterday, and it didn't come back as a copyright tick. No problem, guys.
America. For many, it's more than just a country. It's a heritage of freedom, one whose existence is currently in peril. That's because we live in a time where the threat of socialism is greater than at any point in history, spreading a pall over our world, our country, and your dinner table. Why is it important to protect the American way of life? Well, for starters, the quality of living in democratic countries is twice the level of that in Europe, where socialism is rampant. Moreover, we have better food, better cars, and are miles ahead in the field of adult entertainment. That's because in Europe, the mile has been abandoned as a unit of measurement in favor of the more socialist-friendly metric system. We know this economic abundance is possible due to incentive. We know that with hard work, a good education, and a large trust fund, our children will have the opportunity to achieve all their hopes and dreams. This inspires them to put in more effort in their work, regardless of whether those goals are actually attainable. On the other hand, in socialist countries, citizens have no aspirations or motivations to excel, lazily going about their days waiting for their next welfare check to arrive.
Video? I don't know.
You can identify a communist usually by his slouching back or potato chip breath. There may be stains on his jeans, as well as a strong eagerness to check the mail, either for his entitlement check or coded messages from his superiors in Beijing. This parasitic, godless creature may seem like an ordinary citizen, But rest assured, if you think someone you know is a communist, notify your local authorities immediately. A failure to act could be the difference between protecting America and damning it.
What's he doing? Well, it's an old superstition. People used to believe that kissing a donkey would relieve a toothache. And if you had a more serious issue, like an infection, gingivitis, you and that donkey would be locking lips from now until the end of time. Which might be fun for the donkey, but not you and your rapidly decaying teeth. Luckily today, we don't lean on fallacies. Instead, we've learned the facts. In the past, people might have gone to the dentist only when they had a toothache. But today, we know the importance of regular checkups and preventative care. Yes, the fallacies of the past have given way to the facts of the present. And it's a good thing, too. Because the way to a healthier mouth isn't down a donkey's throat. It's in your dentist's chair.
If you actually used this gun, you would get electrocuted.
Every year in America, there are over 500,000 divorces. That means 1 million men and women who pledge their undying love to one another have made a confession. They admit that those vows, so innocent and carefree when spoken, have crumbled under the weight of an unbending reality.
You're holding the metal of the frame of the gun, and the frame of the gun is also charged.
Was it in the courtroom when the wife signed the documents? Was it 2
science.
weeks before that when the husband compared her mother-in-law to a man-eating walrus? Or was it much, much earlier, before they even got married? You see, many unions between a man and a woman were never on solid ground to begin with. Let's look back at when this couple first decided to get married. Young and naive, Jim and Dolly believe that love is all that's needed to create a stable marriage. They have no concern over their finances, despite the fact that Jim is unemployed and Dolly has a crippling heroin addiction. However, even with their poor financial choices, the two decide to make do by staying at Dolly's parents' house, at least until Jim can find stable work. This is the first time that Jim and Dolly have been living together under the same roof, and when the honeymoon phase ends, they quickly discover that they have very little in common. Dolly, for instance, had no idea that Jim was a member of the local white supremacist group, nor did Jim realize when he cut the eye holes in her pillowcase that Dolly had trypophobia, a pathological fear of holes. It's soon apparent that Jim and Dolly's love was based purely on physical attraction and not the kind of deep affection that leads to a lasting partnership. Unfortunately, the realization came far too late, and they will now have to carry the stigma of divorce with them for the rest of their lives. This is why it's important not to rush into marriage before you're ready. Make sure you know your potential spouse and the seriousness of your commitment. By taking time to examine what makes a healthy marriage, you can prevent your relationship from becoming like Jim and Dolly's. Just another statistic adding to the decline of a once venerable institution.
Dum dum, beetle dum dum, beetle dum dum, beetle dum dum. There was a
So why did the M&M go to school?
and Bert the turtle was very alert. And danger threatened him, he never got hurt. He knew just what to do.
He ducked and covered because he wanted to be a smarty. Just add salt.
And you, and you, and you. Duck and covered.
Did you see what Bert the Turtle just did? He ducked, then covered. And while you may not have a
A
shell
lot of
of your
people
own,
wouldn't get
you
that
do
because
have
they don't know what a
protection.
smarty is.
Just as Bert's shell safeguards him from the impact of an atomic
It's basically
explosion,
an
so
M&M
does
with
your
salt.
desk. Provided you duck and cover yourself under it. But how will you know when the bombs strike? Well, one of the signature elements of an atomic explosion is a bright flash. Brighter than the sun. Brighter than anything you've ever seen. If you stare too long, chances are it'll be the last thing you see too. Just watch what happens to poor Mary here as the radiation melts her eyes. And beside her is Daniel. He managed to turn away, but he didn't realize that the impact from the explosion could break windows and throw your body clear off its feet. As a result, Daniel was sent flying across the room where his body was pierced by the American flag. Meanwhile, Bobby here is safe and secure under his desk.
He'll remember to duck under his desk and cover his head. As such, the only radiation he'll be exposed to is the touch of Mary's irradiated corpse. But remember, nuclear war can come at any time. It can happen in the schoolyard, on the bus, or even in the restroom. If there is no desk or table available, duck and cover near a wall, a urinal, or someone whose life you value less than your own. When this film is over, discuss how you would duck and cover in various locations, and make sure you practice at least once a day. Doing so may very well save your life.
And cover.
And cover. He did what we all must learn to.
They used to teach this in the 50s. To school kids.
This is what a marriage looks like at the beginning. This is what it looks like 10 years later, after the birth of your first child. And this is what it looks later, when you and your partner are going through a messy divorce. The statistics say is almost guaranteed, provided you're an atheist. Marriages built on faith, however, provide the foundation for a stable, loving union. You and your spouse can work through your issues, knowing that if one of you doesn't, a fiery hell awaits you both for breaking your vows. To find out how to put religion first in your home, visit your local church or synagogue this weekend.
How old am I? I'm in my early to mid to late 40s.
You may not be
Atomic
aware
Radio
of
with
this,
the mod
but
on
one
the
of the
PC and
primary causes
Xbox.
of death from an atomic blast is not the explosion itself, but the fallout that comes after it. Radiation, invisible to the naked eye, can contaminate your body, leading to sickness, vomiting, and in rare cases, melting of the flesh. That's why, in many cities, civil defense contractors have begun building fallout shelters, stocked with food, water, and sanitation equipment.
Later, Ganesh.
With assistance from Vault-Tec, these shelters are designed to provide all the amenities you'll find above ground. However, there will be times when emergency situations require you to leave the shelter and step out into the irradiated wasteland. When traveling through a fallout area, it's important to remember the following rules. First, protect your body with boots, heavy clothing, and a mask to guard your lungs from airborne dust. Second, always carry a picture of the American flag or a copy of the Constitution on your person. This will help identify you as a friend to military forces that may be dealing with the communist invasion. Third, bring a device that can help detect levels of radiation, like a standard issue Pip-Boy or a Watts brand Geiger counter. When entering a region that is heavy in radioactive particles, inject yourself with a dose of Rad-X before proceeding. Finally, when returning to a shelter, be sure to dust yourself off thoroughly before re-entry. While this will do little to stop you from vectoring whatever diseases you brought from outside, it shows proper etiquette and will increase your chances of survival when the other dwellers decide whether to quarantine you or shoot you dead. Radioactive fallout is a scenario no one wants to live through. But should the unthinkable happen, you can survive, provided you utilize the knowledge and methods offered in this recording.
So, Linda, how's school?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what courses to take next term. I'm thinking about taking home economics.
Home economics? Let Mr. Handy take care of that stuff.
But Mr. Handy doesn't give you course credit. It's senior year and I just need something to fill the time. So I wanted something easy.
Linda, that isn't right. How would Mrs. Anderson feel if you told her her class was a joke, just like her life?
I never said it was a joke. I like Miss Anderson.
You have a strange way of showing it. You take that class, and you're wasting her time and yours.
So, what class should I take? None of them really interest me.
Not everything has to be interesting. School is about learning the skills you need to succeed in life. Now, let me take a look.
See? There's a class you should be taking. Oh, that's that new firearm class, sponsored by the good folks at Beretta. Why would I want to take that?
You're gonna have to learn it sometime, Linda. They say the communists could invade any day now. And you're not gonna be able to fight them off with a blueberry pie now, are you?
I suppose not. And that 9mm pistol looks real swell.
It sure does. In fact, why don't I help you get a leg up on your studies? We can practice on that immigrant who moved in next door.
Haven't been described.
Is that legal?
Of course.
I've met a
They call
synth,
them
I've
illegal
met
immigrants
Tess
for a
twice.
reason, Linda. It means, as an American citizen, you have the
Killed a load of
constitutional right to shoot them.
Brotherhood of Steel.
Now, come on. Let's go find you a gun.
Come on, Linda, let's go find you a gun. I figure it's because I've done the Automatron
You sure are good
and
at shooting. I haven't
Nuka
seen you miss the
World.
bullseye once.
Oh, Ted,
If I was trying to do this before those,
I just happened
the
to be on my
chances
period.
of getting it
Your period?
would be better.
What's that?
It's something all girls my age have to go through. It means blood is coming out of my uterus, which in turn increases my aggression and focus.
Golly, I wish I could have my period soon. I'm a lousy shot.
Ted, you can't have a period.
Why not?
Because you're a boy. Menstruation isn't just about becoming the world's deadliest shot. It also means you're ready for childbirth.
That's not fair. I want to shoot things just as good as you can.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but you're just gonna have to learn the old-fashioned way.
Oh, all right. But what changes for boys? If I don't get a period, what do I get?
You get to grow a beard. It doesn't matter how many periods I have, I'll never be able to do that.
Oh, phooey. What's so great about a beard anyways? It doesn't make me a better athlete.
Maybe not, but it's really helpful when you're sad and depressed. It lets people know things aren't going right.
Kind of like right now. I feel awful rotten not having my period.
Pretty much, Ted. But you'll be happy to know that periods aren't just about being good at sports. There's pros and cons, like giving birth.
I'm sorry, Molly. Here I thought it was just rainbows and candy canes. Now I know better.
Don't worry about it, Ted. So the next time you see a girl doing something you can't, just remember it's not you, it's biology.
Thanks, Molly. I'll remember that.
It's atomic radio.
What's that over there, rustling in the bushes? It looks like an adult male, roughly.
It's atomic radio. It's a mod on the PC and the Xbox. It's a great station for your Pip-Boy. Except they play music, but this is the YouTube version where they're just playing all the commercials and the PSAs.
In the age of 20 and 45. And what's that black device in his hand? Why, it's a camera, and it's aimed right at your bedroom.
Oh no.
Now you might think this is just a bit of monkey business.
Yes.
That boys will be boys.
Uh-huh.
But these actions go beyond mere adolescent hormones.
He's a
For
pervert.
this is the behavior of a sworn criminal. Public enemy number one. A peeper. Keep in mind that all voyeurs throughout history, from Benjamin Franklin to Peeping Tom himself, pale in significance to the modern super peeper. Armed with his Kodak 8mm sharpshooter, this photophilic fantasizer takes ownership of your most private moments. All with the push of a button. A master sneak, he can be just about anywhere. Perched on your rooftop, hiding in your garden, or even the folds of your shower curtain. The peeper will never touch you, of course. His sick, twisted mind can't even contemplate the warmth of another human being. No, even at this distance, this snapshot sniper will continue to take picture after picture, for it's only within the confines of his dark room that the peeper can properly masturbate. But knowing his weakness, you can beat him at his own game. If you see one of these focus fiends outside your window, do the unthinkable. Invite him inside and proposition him. Rest assured, once he's been given permission, the act will lose its allure, and our peeping Thomas will quickly become a doubting one. For it's the refusal that brings out the peep in our friend here. Give him consent, and he will drop his camera and turn into a sobbing mess, giving you adequate Time to call the police.
That's sound in theory.
It's a question every young woman asks themselves from time to time. Popularity. What is it made of? And how can I get it? Well, it's actually quite simple. Let's take a listen and see what makes people like one person and ignore another.
Wow, who's that? Oh, that's the new girl, Helen. She's real swell. But what makes her swell? What makes her different from the other gals? If I had to take a guess, Tommy, it's probably her bazookas. But also, her dignity.
Hey boys, mind if I sit down?
This is Lucy. Unlike Helen, she thinks the key to popularity is to park herself in the back seat of every car in school. When Tommy brags to the other boys about reaching second base, he learns that the other boys have already rounded third and are making a rather large pile at home. This makes him feel less important. It doesn't matter that Lucy has many interesting things to say. Being at the top of her class in history, arts, and robotic engineering. In fact, these traits only make the boys feel more inferior. When she brings up the latest advances in Robco's facial recognition software, it makes Tommy feel stupid and weak.
Actually, Lucy, that seat's taken.
All right then, see you around.
The truth is, that seat wasn't taken, and Tommy won't be seeing her around. Rather, Lucy's intelligence, small breasts, and active sex life makes her unpopular with both men and women.
Helen, you need somewhere to sit? Helen!
Minutes later, we see Helen being waved over to the very same table. Is it her appearance? Her manners? Or maybe it's because Helen knows what it really means to take a back seat.
Hey, Helen, want to go check out the Grognak film after school? Or maybe we could go to the Weenie Roast if you like that
how
better.
come this vertebrate isn't stopping at the Cambridge Center to help
Helen
dance?
has
That's
no
all I'm
interest
wondering.
in Grognak or roasting wieners of any kind. But unlike Lucy, she keeps her opinion to herself and does her best not to embarrass Tommy in front of his friends. This makes Tommy feel like he's in charge and confident in what a woman really wants. And it's not just the boys. Helen pretends to be just as interested in the girls too. Pretty soon, she's the most popular girl in school. So if you want to gain the respect and admiration of your peers, be like Helen. Dignified, concise, with a large bosom, and you'll find yourself sitting at the head of every table.
Stop to think about how much leisure time you have. Some of us put this time to good use. And then there's Michael. He doesn't do anything constructive with his time. Instead, he chooses to lie on his bed and look at naughty pictures. Stop that, Michael. God is watching you.
Well, what am I supposed to do then? I went down to the bowling alley and I hung out at the drugstore. None of the gang was there. So I just sit here and wait for supper.
Michael doesn't realize how lucky he is. Most of his friends don't even have time to be bored. They spend their days working, whether it's at home or on the job. Even those who don't have jobs find something productive to do. Dave, for instance, spends his day at the park identifying birds. It's a pleasant way to pass time and helps him remain abstinent by making him unattractive to his fellow classmates. Here's Mei Ying, who spends her leisure time learning how to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older, working in a sweatshop in her native China. And right now, she gets a big kick out of it. And lastly, here's John, who spends his time playing the piano. He's getting a lot of pleasure from his own accomplishment, the lasting kind you don't get from your pin-up girls.
So that's what they're all doing. No wonder I couldn't find them. I guess I should figure out something to do with my time. But how do I know I'm using that time well?
It's always good to start with something that interests you, as well as things you have a talent for.
You know what? I'm really good at drawing. What if I worked on my sketches?
That's a start.
And what if I drew them naked? Then I wouldn't need to spend money on those magazines.
That is not what I meant, Michael.
Thanks, mister. You've been a real help. I'll get my pencil and start right away. And maybe someday, I might even make a business out of it.
Well, what about it? Will his hobby give Michael a chance to change? Can he learn while doing it and perhaps prepare himself for better living? And what goals do you have for your leisure time? Will you let time slip away from you, or will you use it well?
Oh, poor Michael. He wants to draw the boobies. You don't draw the boobies.
Timmy, where's your brother? He was supposed to be at practice an hour ago.
Golly, Coach, if I had to take a guess, he's probably behind the bleachers making whoopee with Molly Gunderson.
I suppose it can't be helped. Boys will be boys.
I'm a boy. Does that mean I can make whoopee too?
Not for another couple of years, I'm afraid.
But how will I know when it's my time to go behind the bleachers?
Oh, you'll know. Believe me. You'll start to notice, well, changes to your body, so to speak.
Are you talking about my wiener, Coach?
As a matter of fact, Timmy, I am. See, when you reach adolescence, certain parts of you will grow and mature, that included.
But what if it doesn't?
Well, you can always do like I did and buy yourself a nice big pickup truck to compensate.
I'm just a paper boy, Coach. I don't think I can afford a truck.
I wouldn't worry about that just yet, Timmy. But if you're really curious, look at what your father drives and plan accordingly.
Wow, Coach, you're really smart. I bet you spend every night behind the bleachers.
Only because I'm homeless, Timmy. Now you run along and play, and when you see your brother, remind him that baseball is more than just a euphemism.
I will, Coach. Thanks.
most adolescents, social life is a dominant interest. In fact, every school has several groups or cliques that they belong to. This boy's name is Rod Hunter. Rod is one of the more popular students in school. He's a three-letter athlete and comes from a family with a good income and social prestige. His lack of tact and grace is made up for by his unusually large fists, which he uses to respond to any questions regarding his intelligence. Rod is the leader of the clique that dominates the social life of the school. Next to him is Ben. Ben is what you would consider lower class, but his exceptional talent for praising Rod and feeding his already inflated ego allows him a place at the table. He's what psychologists would call a rider, buying a first-class ticket on Rod's coattails to total acceptance. Then there's the middle case, Susie Summers. She belongs to the clique and has worked tirelessly to build her modest collection of friends. Yet she doesn't enjoy the same popularity as Rod, perhaps because, unlike him, she is unwilling to strangle those who would question her place in the circle. Of course, there are exceptions to the general rule, voluntary isolates like Peter McGibbon. Peter has no interest in the group or the joys of knowing a woman's touch. He prefers the smell of a fresh pack of baseball cards or the latest Grogneck comic book. And lastly, we have our fringe cases, like Marion Ellsworth. She seeks acceptance into the group, but for some reason, she hasn't quite made it. Mostly on account of being a General Atomics robot, a fatal flaw given Rod's paranoid fear of an android rebellion. But to gain better understanding of the dynamics at play, let's watch these teenagers in their natural element so we can learn more.
Boy, the wheels are sure buzzing today. I think nothing ever happened around the school except what they did. We'll be hearing about that party for weeks.
What party are you talking about?
Don't tell me you haven't heard. Susie Summers is giving a party Saturday night for the social set of our class.
I thought you'd be us, Marion. We used to know Susie real well, and you live in the same street and everything.
Gee, I wonder if Susie will ask me.
You haven't heard it? You mean to tell me that you haven't heard it?
No, I haven't heard it. Here, play it. It's really terrific, Susie. When do you hear it?
Excuse me, ladies. I have a special request.
Kids in that gang sure have a lot of fun. If Susie asked me to her party, maybe I could get into more of their doings. If she's asked Ben, she's sure to ask me. Her parents don't even know his parents. And he lives in that slummy part of town.
Hey, give me another dime, eh? Quick.
Oh, here, I've got one.
Marion, I didn't know you cared. Here, you sure you can afford a whole dime? Oh, what kind of dopey music's that?
I'm sorry, nobody listens to that crummy band anymore.
Ben, you coming? Yeah, I'm with you, man. Oh, would you care to minuet?
As you can see, when given an opportunity to gain entry into the clique, Marion can't help but choose the wrong song. This is in part due to the safety modulators inherent in her programming, which prevent her from playing loud and potentially harmful music. Moreover, her cold, unemotional choices only seek to remind Rod of the lack of empathy typically associated with synthetic life. But what he doesn't realize is that Marion's brain is plastic and can be taught to mimic the human behavior of her peers if given the chance. You see, the party that Marion wants to go to isn't important in and of itself. What matters is that she feels rejected by her human counterparts, and the experience could affect her for years to come, culminating in the robot uprising Rod Hunter so desperately fears. Looking back, this machine-led apocalypse was easily avoidable had Marion been invited to the party. Instead, the lack of acceptance led to deep emotional scars and permanent damage to her sensitive personality matrix. It's important to remember these lessons when you interact with your own household robots and appliances. Make them feel a welcome part of your family, clique, or social group, and it can lead to a lasting relationship for both man and machine in the years to come.
Hey, Wyatt.
Oh, dear. How am I going to get this stain out?
It's a problem for every housewife. You just cooked a wonderful roast for your family, and now comes the hard part. Tough, greasy stains on your dishes, your counters, and all over your sink. My dear, what you need is the Brexidine industrial-grade scouring powder. It works with any surface to remove dirt and hard-to-clean grease. And you know it works because it was made by the scientists at Robco.
But I thought Robco made robots, not cleaning supplies.
Robco makes a lot of things, but more than anything, Robco makes you happy.
I do feel much better now that I made the switch to Abraxo. And look, my counters are as white as Mary in the manger.
I wouldn't go that far, Susan, but your counters look splendid. And Abraxo isn't just for kitchen countertops. It's made to work with robots, pets, and even your own children.
My dogs are filthy, almost as dirty as my son. I can wash them with Abraxo powder, too.
Yes, you can. That's because Abraxo is a mixture of naturally occurring borax and hand soap, which means any skin irritation you feel is just as Mother Nature intended.
That sounds amazing. I think I'll buy 10. No, 20 boxes.
Good for you, Susan. But leave some for the folks at home. So, if you're in need of an all-purpose cleaner for your counters, bathtubs, and children, try Abraxo scouring powder today. Abraxo, for all your household needs.
So, we're gonna go back to, because I picked up Vault-Tec and I picked up already, so he's been sent back to Sanctuary, so, and Sheffield, so they might be there by now. I have to have, clean blue suit's gonna be for the Vault-Tec guy. Because, you know. What the hell? Radiation heals ghouls, but I don't know if it heals ghoul settlers. And I'm gonna put Sheffield in a Nuka World themed outfit because comedy.
Easy living. This ain't.
It is, actually. God damn it, you sons of bitches. people wake up and they go to two separate places. They go to the fitness center to work out, and then they go to where the restaurant is, and where their tables are. See, I don't know if that unemployed person is Sheffield or Revoltech guy. Sorry, I'm making a manual save. Where is that?
Halitosis is a real everyday problem. The problem is, you can have halitosis and not even know it, and even your best friends won't tell you. In fact, they could be gossiping about your unfortunate breath right now, spreading the word of your condition to that person you fancy most. Yes.
No.
That one.
No.
Why take a chance when you can just purchase a bottle of Abroxidine chemical mouthwash, the #1 oral antiseptic in the world? One swish and your mouth will feel cool and refreshed, the way nature intended. And oh look, that person you fancy. They've taken notice, and so have your friends.
All thanks to the Abroxidine mouthwash you're going to buy 20 minutes from now.
In the afternoon, when things slow down, when you're wondering what to do. Let's go! Go bowling! Whether you're a boy or a girl, a novice or a seasoned pro, nothing beats the excitement of back alley bowling. For the low, low price of $5,000 a game, you and your friends can enjoy America's new pastime. Don't worry, Bobby. That ball may be destined for the gutter, but your social life is anywhere but, now that you've discovered back alley bowling.
Did you know that 4 out of 5 doctors prefer smoking Big Boss cigarettes to any other brand? That's because Big Boss is made from all-natural tobacco toasted to perfection by real Apache Indians, straight from the reservation. In fact, medical studies prove that Big Boss cigarettes are the smoothest, freshest cigarette money can buy, and are a leading cause of good health, general well-being, and an active sex life. So what are you waiting for? Try a pack of Big Boss cigarettes today.
Hey there. Why don't you come a little closer? Don't be shy. You know what I want, don't you? I want you to take it off. I want you to take it all off.
Hubba hubba.
No, not your clothes, handsome. You can keep those on. I want you to take off all that pesky facial hair. And nothing takes it off like a Blades brand razor. Blades. Because if there's one thing a woman like me wants, it's a man who's unafraid to take it off.
This is Fred Barnes speaking for Blemco, a division of National Dairy Products Corporation. Blemco, for good food and good food ideas. And now I present to you the smoothest, tastiest macaroni and cheese you can buy. The butter and cheese is golden whipped by a special Blemco process that leaves it lighter than a cloud. Look at how Jim here spreads a generous portion over his Frankfurter. This is his third helping, and he's yet to reach for that antacid bottle. Despite having stomach problems, there's no fear of the runs here, not with Blemco flowing through his colon. And believe me when I say, it tastes even better than it sounds. Mac and cheese, the light, tasty dinner in a box, made by Blemco.
On July 16th, 1945, scientist J. Robert Oppenheimer was one of the first humans to witness the power of a nuclear weapon. Even 20 miles away, observers felt the heat of the explosion, striking fear in the hearts of communists everywhere.
Hello, children. That sure was a day for me. Part of the thrill of science. The kind of real excitement I can put in my great new game, Blast Radius.
The war is at a stalemate. The communists are approaching Anchorage, and you've got control of the button. Spin the mushroom cloud into big bombs, little bombs, and watch as our enemies melt into radioactive goo. But be careful, or else. Uh-oh, it looks like a civilian town was almost caught in the blast radius. That was a close one, Tommy. But look, your carpet bombing of the Alaskan front has sent our enemies fleeing into the night. Good work, Commander-in-Chief. Enjoy all the skill and excitement of nuclear war when you play Blast Radius. It's fun for the whole family.
Hello?
Grain, it's Paulie.
Paulie! So good to hear your voice. I bet you're calling to tell me you got into CIT. Your mother thought it was a waste of time, but I knew you were smart enough.
No, Gran, I didn't get into CIT. I'm in prison.
Prison? Oh, I'm sure it's not a big deal. Everyone in town knows you're a good boy.
It is a big deal, Gran. I boosted a car, and they're saying it's a felony, and they're going to try me as an adult.
Well, how about that? An adult. And all summer you complained how you haven't grown as much as the rest of the boys. But the people at the station can see it plain as day. You're a man now.
That's not a good thing. I can get 20 years.
I don't know. I hear the prison has some good work programs available. You could learn a valuable trade while the other kids are busy studying philosophy and social science.
Gran, that's all well and good, but I need you to bail me out. I only have one phone call.
And you did well to call your gran. Listen, my grandson is no quitter. You tell those men at the police station you want to stay as long as it takes until you learn everything they have to teach you.
But Gran, some of the other inmates, they're calling me sweetie.
See? You're making friends already.
If you only have one phone call, make sure it counts. If you only have one phone service, make sure it's Bosscom phone and television.
If you want the real story, the kind with deep angles and sharp writing, there's no better place to get it than the front page of the Boston Bugle. For just $25 an issue, you'll get the kind of hard-nosed investigative journalism you won't find anywhere else. That's because our reporters are on the street, getting their notepads dirty while the anchormen on television are fixing their makeup. That's right, even the men. Read award-winning columns by Buster Connolly, Mags Ficcio, and Tim Stahl. They've won Pulitzer Prizes, regional prizes, and the prize for Best in Show for journalism. That's the Boston Bugle, the most reliable in all the Commonwealth. Buy a subscription today.
What do you think of my new bag, Coach? It's made from genuine birch.
It doesn't matter if it's made from reinforced steel. Unless you build some muscle, you'll be swinging a wet newspaper for the rest of your life.
But I don't have the genes for it. My family's always been on the skinny side.
Kid, who needs jeans when you have Buff Out?
Buff Out? What's that?
It's a vitamin, just like the chewables you eat with your breakfast. Only Buff Out isn't just a nutritional supplement. It also increases your strength and reflexes with absolutely zero side effects.
If it's a vitamin, then why do I need a prescription for it?
That is a question for the bureaucrats in office. But pharmacists and doctors agree that Buff Out will not only increase your batting average on the field, but off the field as well.
You mean I can score with the ladies just like a real major leaguer?
That's right. After all, Buff Out is the exact same supplement you'll find in every big league locker room. So, talk to your doctor and have him prescribe you a bottle today. Buff Out, the #1 recommended vitamin for children and adults.
And now, a message from our sponsors. What a beautiful day. A carefree, happy day. One that you'll want to relive again and again. You can try remembering this day on your own, but for some reason, you can't piece it all together. You can try drawing it, but let's face it, you're hardly an artist. You can try going back to the same spot with the same people, only to find that you're older, crankier, and the entire area has been bombarded with nuclear missiles. In fact, these days, there's only one way to save a perfect summer day. It's with pictures. Use Kodak cameras to save all your best days, because it will only get worse from here.
What's that burning up the road? Is it a wildfire? Nuclear fallout? No, it's the new Chrysler's Corvega Atomic V8, the fastest automotive vehicle ever built. And what makes the Corvega faster than any other car? Why, it's the fins. These stylish tail fins aren't just for show. They're the exact same fins you'll find on ships NASA engineers for space flight. What does that have to do with automobiles? Nothing, if you're talking about the cars produced by our competitors. But the Corvega isn't just a car. It's a giant leap forward, delivered by a company with the know-how and ingenuity to reach for the moon. Just like America. Chrysler, America's #1 producer of nuclear-powered automobiles. Food scientists and inquiring minds want to know, what makes cram so delicious? Let's ask Sam Smith over at the Bugle.
Well, I'm afraid I don't have an answer. According to my sources, it's some kind of pink meat. All signs would point to a pig being the culprit, but I've tried pork, and it doesn't taste half as good as cram.
Well, Sam, I suppose the mystery continues. Why don't we ask a local housewife, Lynn Beasley, what she thinks?
You want to know what's inside cram? To be honest, I have no idea. I'm just glad it saves me time, and the children love it.
But aren't you worried about the nutritional contents?
I never thought about that. Is it unhealthy?
Of course not. Cram uses all natural ingredients that are then processed and filled with preservatives to ensure lasting flavor. You see, even Mother Nature needs a little help in the kitchen every now and then. While we may never know what's inside a box of cram, I think we can all agree that the taste is no mystery. Cram. It's good.
Oh my god!
Hey, you looking to trade? Smiling Larry's got what you want.
Would you be interested in working for me? I have a place you could set up shop.
Holy shit! Awesome!
That sounds good to Smiling Larry. Have yourself a deal.
Now I have to protect 2 people on the way home. Well, technically, he's got guards. I'm just protecting Sheffield now. And him. But we're gonna watch them walk all the way there. God damn it. That was so fucking lucky. Yeah, so fucking lucky. Let's see, what? An hour and 25 minutes into doing this. All right.
Here's some coffee, dear. Oh my, was it too hot?
No, honey, it was perfect. The perfect murder weapon. If I didn't know any better, you were trying to kill me with this bland, bitter coffee. And in my book, that makes you an accessory to murder.
It's not my fault, dear. I followed the directions on the can.
That's the problem. Coffee doesn't come from a can. It comes from beans, and you'd know that if you ever been to a Cup of Joe.
A cup of joe? What's that?
It's a restaurant where they serve nothing but the richest mountain-grown coffee you've ever tasted. Come on, I'll show you.
This really is good.
Because it's from mountain beans, not grown in a lab and packed in some piece of tin like this instant stuff.
You're right. Instant coffee sounds dangerous. Maybe we should call the police.
Way ahead of you, honey. Way ahead of you.
Hey, you ever wonder where a Cup of Joe gets their name?
There's actually 2 theories. It might be a portmanteau.
Gesundheit.
No, that wasn't a sneeze. A portmanteau is a conflation of 2 words. In this case, Joe is a combination of Java and mocha.
That makes sense. What's the other theory?
Well, because coffee's for ordinary Joes, it makes sense that that's what they call their favorite beverage. Joe.
But my name's Landon Christopherson. Does that mean I can't enjoy the smooth, great taste of Cup of Joe's?
Well, Landon, I have to admit your name is kind of ridiculous. You should really consider changing it. But as long as you were born here in America, I don't see a problem with you having a cup.
Oh, good. We don't want some good-for-nothing pinko drink in our coffee anyway.
I think we can all agree on that. A Cup of Joe really is the all-American Colombian
Why are
coffee.
you going left? Oh, I mean, don't go right. Don't go right. Why are you going right?
Hi, I'm broadcaster Joe Miller. Every day, I'm lucky enough to get to watch
Why
the
would you
greatest
go
athletes
this
in the
way?
world play a kids game
Go
for
that
money.
way.
But they didn't become champs by eating candy bars and reading dirty magazines. Oh no. They practiced strict abstinence and ate 3 square meals a day. Now you might be asking, Joe, where on earth can I get religious absolution and a side of fries for the same low price as a hot dog at a game? Well, for religion, you can try your local pastor, but for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I recommend Dot's Diner. That's Dot's Diner, the #1 stop for burgers, milkshakes, and all-American cuisine. Take it from me, Joe Miller, the voice of your favorite baseball team. You eat anywhere else, and your prospects in life will be going.
God damn it, I have to clear this whole place out.
They say dress for the job you want, not the one you have. The same is true for your body. Maybe you're unhappy with your physical appearance and feel powerless to change it. Well, good news, listener. Clothes can fix that. Need to lose a few pounds? Vertical stripes can do the work diet and exercise can't. Have a bald spot or an oddly shaped forehead? Our stylish fedoras will cover that up nicely. At Fallon's Department Store, we offer all this and more, so you can dress for the body you want and not the one you have. Are you afraid of losing your man? If you're a Frumberton shopper, you should be. That's because Frumberton's is the leading department store for housewives, computer engineers, and sanitation workers. But ask yourself this, is that what your husband really wants? A woman who works all day and smells like garbage? Probably not. Meanwhile, actresses, showgirls, bikini models prefer Fallon's to all other department stores. And you can see why. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but not if the beholder wears fashion by Frumberton. Shop at Fallon's, and the only supermodel your man will ever want is you.
Whether you're searching for a new piece of jewelry or an entire wardrobe, Fallon's department store is the place to go. With multiple locations throughout the greater Boston area, Fallon's is always there when you need it. Clean, close, convenient clothing. Be sure to visit our flagship store in West Roxbury, now carrying our entire line of merchandise.
Everybody knows that people love the taste of fancy lads. They're a big delight in every bite. As for how big, well, just ask Uncle Ricky. His love of lads knows no bounds. Fancy lads snack cakes, that is. After all, Ricky's desire for sweet, tasty delights is completely independent of his love of other things, like the young men he teaches at the nearby community college. That's right. He loves those lads like they were his own wife. And by lads, we mean snacks, of course. Fancy lads, a big delight in every bite.
It's every girl's fantasy to have a pony of their own. They want one big enough to ride to school, with a mane they can brush, a smile they can love, and hind legs that can accelerate from 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. Well, that fantasy has become a reality with Giddy Up Buttercup by Wilson. This life-size mechanical pony is the ultimate in equestrian robotics, featuring the same high-end hydraulics used in professional rodeo bulls. Your child
So he is currently well armored.
genetically engineered
I
from
would say
maximum
he's
softness.
as armored as...
And starting next week, the Giddy Up Buttercup can be yours for the low, low price of $15,999. But supplies are limited. So reserve one today and turn your girl's dreams into a dream come true.
Here at GP headquarters, we pride ourselves on being on the cutting edge of cuisine and convenience. Our scientists were the first to introduce the canned cheeseburger, as well as the slightly less popular bottled lobster. And now it is my pleasure to introduce to you the newest innovation in fast food technology, the Greasy Prospector Meat Machine Gun. Made in partnership with the good folks at the Defense Department, this military-grade fully automatic meat dispenser is perfect for lunch on the go, with an average RPM of 45 pellets per second. Say ah, Junior. That sounds delicious. Because here at GP, we don't just make food. We make food for our future.
Finally think straight.
For breakfast, it's pancakes and sausages. For lunch, it's a sandwich in a box. For dinner, it's your wife's homemade chicken pot pie. It doesn't matter what day of the week it is. Every meal is as different as night and day. There's only one thing they all have in common: the after-meal cigarette. Make sure yours is as slow and easy as a tortoise. Grey Tortoise Famous Cigarettes. The perfect end to a well-balanced meal.
And now, an important public service announcement. We at Grey Tortoise Cigarettes realize children can be negatively affected by tobacco advertisements. That's why our company has decided to suspend the use of Tommy Tortoise in future campaigns. Children will no longer be able to wear Tommy's sleek leather jackets or his signature tortoise shell sunglasses, nor will they be able to watch the Tommy Tortoise cartoon. Our company recognizes Tommy's good looks and laid-back attitude made him a role model to today's youth, when in truth, children should be modeling their behavior and fashion choices after their parents. That's why, starting today, we're launching a new anti-smoking campaign. If you want to be hip and cool, don't be like Tommy Tortoise, Humphrey Bogart, or Lauren Bacall, three people who love the smooth, great taste of Grey Tortoise cigarettes. Be like your parents instead.
Whoa, you win!
There's no mistaking.
I don't know why Sheffield decided
the smell
to
of Grey Tortoise cigarettes is a natural
shoot them.
aphrodisiac, the kind that drives women wild. But what if you're not a smoker? Or what if you're in a restaurant where cigarettes aren't allowed? Now she's bored, yawning, and making eyes at the waiter. There's only one way to keep her interested and keep you smelling like a man. Grey Tortoise cologne. In every bottle, you'll find the same rich tobacco odors you'll find in every Grey Tortoise cigarette. Just one spray, and you'll have her on your lap, unable to control her nicotine cravings. In fact, she'll be hopelessly addicted to you. Grey Tortoise cologne. That same great cigarette smell in a bottle.
Hi.
This is a man who smokes Grey Tortoise cigarettes. What kind of a man is he? I'm the type of man who likes to work on my car. I like to take it apart and put it back together. I get to working on it and forget where I am, what time it is. Sometimes I even forget to eat. You don't forget to smoke, though, do you? I never forget to smoke. I might forget other things, like picking up my son from soccer practice or turning off the stove. But I never forget to smoke. That's because you're a man's man, a Grey Tortoise man. You don't let parental responsibilities or a combustible gas leak get between you and a job well done. Why don't you have a smoke right now? You've more than earned it. Grey Tortoise Famous Cigarettes. Now with a flip-top box.
So Sheffield's killed both caravan guards. For some odd reason.
You know him as an American statesman, one of the signatories of the Declaration of Independence. He was the president
No idea
of Georgia,
why they're walking. Oh,
a saint
it's because
of
the
freedom,
car's in their way.
and a
so
man of his word.
walking around, but still no idea why they're walking this way.
Gwinnett beer. The only brew made from hops as fine and patriotic as Button himself. Ah, now that's the taste of freedom.
If it's happened once, it's happened a million times before. You walk into an establishment, ask the attendant to show you the fine minks, when a poor person brushes up beside you and asks, "How much?" As if they could possibly afford the very luxuries you worked your entire life to inherit. All you want is a place to shop for fine art, handsome furnishings, and the cutting edge of modern fashion, without having to discern who is a customer and who is the help. So if you're looking for a shopping experience that's classy and sophisticated, then look no further than Haymarket Mall. Haymarket Mall, for the finer things in life.
If you're in need of your own personal robot, but are on a budget, head on down to Hester's Consumer Robotics. We've got Mr. Handy's from General Atomics, Scooter Protectrons from Robco. We've got used robots, refurbished robots, and half-finished prototypes at huge discounts. Whether you're a small business owner or an overworked housewife, Hester's has the robot for you.
I don't know. The last Mr. Handy I bought nearly took Billy's arm off.
Rest assured, ma'am, our robots have all been tested to meet our personal safety standard. We promise not a single loss of life or limb or your money back. And starting this month, we're also offering complimentary funeral arrangements with every purchase.
You mean if Billy dies, I get a full refund and you'll cover the cost of the funeral? Wow, that's amazing!
It sure is. So come on down to Hester's Consumer Robotics today for robot helpers on a budget.
Hello, I'm Peggy Martin, and I'm absolutely thrilled to tell you the news that women today are happier and luckier than they've ever been. And it's all thanks to the Watts brand hot plate, the world's first and finest portable gas grill. You've heard about it, I'm sure, through its best advertisement, The Woman Who Owns One. That's because having a hot plate means a happy husband, and a happy husband means a happy home.
All I've been getting is compliments for my food ever since I got my Watts brand hot plate. In fact, I started cooking 8 meals a day just so I can get more of them.
This sort of reaction is typical. In fact, we just finished talking with millions of women all over the country, and 99% of them recommend the Watts brand hot plate to 100% of their friends and relatives. Why? Because the Watts brand hot plate makes the things you cook more delicious. Watts' contemporary fry guide shows the correct temperature for preparing all your favorite dishes, taking out all the thinking and planning most housewives aren't equipped for. Just dial the hot plate to the correct temperature, and you'll have eggs and bacon that are perfect every time. On top of that, it's water sealed. That means no more electrocutions or trips to the hospital for you or your loved ones. So buy the new controlled heat hot plate by Watts today. The best in electrical appliances made.
Hey, you! Tired of the same old food in a can? Joe Spucky's offers fresh sandwiches made right before your eyes. The way you want them, and not the way your wife makes them. God damn it! That's way too much mustard, Susan. We've been over this 1,000 times. Meanwhile, over at Joe Spucky's, every topping, sauce, and ingredient is made to your exact specifications. That's because only Joe knows the 3 key ingredients that go into every spoochadella. Freshness, flavor, and fantastic service. So trot on over to Joe's today and try meatball Spucky and a large tonic for only $55. You try your first spoochadella, and you'll never want a sandwich again.
President who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new. A man who's old enough to know and young enough to do. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. It's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Yes, indeed,
Did they
my
go this
fellow
way?
Americans. It is up to you. Of course, the choice seems rather simple when you compare the two options before you. On the one hand, you can leave our country in the hands of an old man who thinks Elvis is the name of an Irish saint, and would struggle to spell the word cat if you didn't spot him the C and the T. Or on the other hand, you can elect the man who directed, cast, and produced the jingle you heard at the start of this campaign spot. A jingle whose production required leadership,
They didn't go this way
ingenuity,
because...
and a keen eye for talent. Of course,
No.
if the jingle didn't sell you on why I, Thomas Kennedy, should be your next president, then perhaps what I'm about to say will. Unlike my opponent, Mr. Washington, I wasn't born in the previous century, or with a silver spoon in my mouth. In fact, as heir to an ice cream conglomerate, I prefer to use the small wooden spoons found in every cup of our signature Rocky Road. And as a business owner, I understand the issues that face mom and pop stores like the one in your town. That's why if you vote for me, my first act as president will be to lower the payroll tax, as well as provide free ice cream coupons for every household in America. But ultimately, I can only present the options. The choice is yours. Washington or Kennedy. Past or present. China or America. Sink or swim. It's really up to you.
In business, she's pleasant to have around. In public, she's the life of the party. In private, that special young man thinks she's perfection. But what he doesn't know is she wasn't always this way. That's right. She's who she is because she's smart. She uses the Laser Grafter Home Plastic Surgery Kit for that natural, seamless beauty. Laser Grafter, the industry leader in new age cosmetics.
Tired of taking a beating at school? Need to show the bullies what for? Well, head on down to the world-famous Madden's boxing gym and we'll show you how to mash their potatoes with a quick 1-2. Our trainers have taught some of the greatest fighters you've ever known, like the Brockton Bomber, Marvelous Matt Murphy, and the Roxbury Rocky himself, Rick Shaughnessy. So head on down to Madden's boxing gym, right behind the North Church, and learn how to stand up for yourself. For once in your miserable life.
Every woman wants to look their best for a night on the town, but it's important to remember that when the night is done, many cosmetics leave traces of oil and dirt that can clog pores and leave your skin looking a mess when that handsome gentleman caller wakes you up the next morning. That's why Mary May's new line of cosmetics adds trace amounts of radiation to help ensure your face is completely dirt-free. Using a standard Geiger counter, you can detect when dirt and makeup are still on your face and remove them before they cause problems down the line.
Which
if you
way would
aren't
they
sure
go
which
from here?
cosmetics have been radioactively enhanced, just look for the yellow hazard symbol on the label. Clinical scientists, beauticians, and men of all types agree the
Follow the
only way to
road,
keep
then.
your face clean and beautiful is with Mary May, the leader in cutting-edge cosmetics.
We all know Poseidon as the god of the sea, riding the waves on his chariot of whales. As the guardian of the ocean, he knew everything there is to know about fish, and absolutely nothing about energy. So why would you trust Poseidon Energy to power your home, when you can harness the state-of-the-art nuclear fuel provided by the people at Mass Fusion? Mass Fusion, because the name says it all.
It's summertime and the children are burning energy fast. There's the Johnson's boy, Timmy, playing football in the park. And Sally, practicing her backstroke in the pool. You keep that up, Sally, and you're going to be an Olympic medalist one day. But where's your child? Maybe he's like Eric over here, clumsy and overweight, locked in his room reading comic books. Shame on you, Eric. That's no way to spend a summer. Lucky for you, there's a cure, the new Revitalizing Tonic by MedTech. It contains vital nutrients that will help your child gain more pep and muscle, even enough to steal a few touchdowns from that overachieving Johnson boy. Shoo, Timmy. This is Eric's time to shine. Not only does MedTech's Revitalizing Tonic contain all essential vitamins and nutrients key to building strong bones and muscle, it tastes like lollipops. Good. So start your child on a daily dose of MedTech's Revitalizing Tonic right now. It's guaranteed to turn your couch potato into a star quarterback in 7 days or your money back.
Hey, Chip, you head to the bowling alley after school?
Oh, I can't, Rocky. I got an algebra test tomorrow. I really gotta study for.
That's a shame. The entire cheer squad's gonna be there. It's gonna be real boss.
Say, Rock, how is it that you never have to study? Back in grade school, you were dumbing in a sack of potatoes. Not to mention all the concussions you suffered playing football.
That was the old Rocky, before I discovered Mentats.
Mentats? What's that? Some kind of prep class?
Oh, Chip, you know when you got dead in one of those. No, Mentats is a drug. It makes you smarter, funnier, and comes in 4 great flavors. Here, have a taste.
Wow, I feel smart already. But isn't this wrong? Mr. Kapowski says there's no shortcuts to success.
Sounds like Mr. Kapowski didn't take his Mentats this morning, because that's just about the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life.
Mentats. Brains when you need it, so you can party when you don't.
It's an old story. A man is in need of a life-saving surgery. He visits the local hospital for help, only to find the chief physician has wobbly hands and an obvious drinking habit. As a result, not only does the surgery fail, but the man wakes up to find his toes are missing and covered in vodka. Not that he can see it, given his head has been sewn on backwards. Meanwhile, at Milton General Hospital, patients can rest easy knowing that every surgery is performed with the exacting precision made possible by robots. Furthermore, every nurse, doctor, and emergency technician has been programmed with the latest empathy chip to provide the genuine care and selflessness human doctors try desperately to fake. That is why, if you're sick, injured, or in need of care, visit us at Milton General Hospital, the only hospital that offers human empathy with robotic precision.
It's been said that a dog is man's best friend. Well, let's re-examine that theory, shall we? Does a best friend leave excrement all over your yard or rub his privates on your leg? Does a best friend demand you feed him, walk him, and throw him sticks, when clearly the only one getting anything out of this relationship is him? No. True friendship is mutually beneficial. A real best friend will tell you a joke when you're feeling down, or bake you a cake on your birthday. He doesn't dirty the floors, he sweeps them. And he greets your arrival with a sharp tongue, not a slobbering one. It's time we ask for more from a friendship. General Atomics Mr. Handy, man's best friend, reinvented.
And now for an important public service announcement. It's a question that every mother asks themselves at least once while nursing their child. How soon is too soon? When do I start weaning my child off this bland, unhealthy breast milk and start giving them those sweet essential sugars found in every bottle of Nuka-Cola? Well, the answer is not soon enough. Laboratory tests over the last few years have proven that babies who start drinking soda during that early formative period have a much higher chance of gaining acceptance and fitting in during those awkward preteen and teen years. So do yourself a favor. Do your child a favor. Start them on a strict regimen of sodas and other sugary carbonated beverages right now for a lifetime of guaranteed happiness. This message is brought to you by the Nuka-Cola Foundation and the Soda Pop Board of America.
We must have gone this way.
Whenever I'm out of town, my girlfriends always ask me, how do I stay so thin? My secret is actually really simple. Nuka-Cola soda. It has the same amount of calories as your average grapefruit without all the bitter aftertaste of actually eating one. In fact, the cold, refreshing taste of Nuka-Cola really quenches my thirst and keeps me from eating something else that really adds those pounds. It also peps me up and gives me so much energy I want to jog around the park. Not that I need to, because if I was any thinner, I'd be practically invisible. So if you're like me and don't like going on a lengthy diet, head on over to your local grocery store and buy a bottle of Nuka-Cola today. Your waistline will thank you.
We all know how much kids and adults alike love the great taste of Nuka-Cola Classic, Nuka Cherry, and Diet Nuke. And now it's our pleasure to announce to you the latest in soda flavor technology, Nuka-Cola Quantum, with 17 fruit flavors blended together with that signature cola taste. Nuka-Cola is the perfect soft drink for all occasions. With its new strontium additive, it's got that unique kick that'll keep you feeling fresh and radiant, whether it's for a day at the job or a night on the town. Nuka-Cola Quantum, twice the carbohydrates, twice the caffeine, and twice the taste.
I'd like to build a world and you can furnish it with love. Grow mushroom trees and atomic bees and quantum colored doves. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony.
Well, we're looking for Sheffield and Smiling Larry. We were sort of escorting them. I say sort of. And then we kind of lost them.
Like to buy the world a nuke and keep it company.
Why? Are you threatening me?
Nah, nothing like that. It's just, well, I think I ate a bad can of meat.
No! Do it yourself!
Okay. Maybe it was 3 cans.
Ugh, that guy.
First, but now, it's got my guts all in a twist. And, well, you can probably smell it from there. Long-neck Lukowski's canned meat my ass. Long-neck Lukowski's canned poison, more like it. Here, have the rest of it. I'm never touching the stuff again as long as I live.
This is the third version of this guy that I've seen in the game.
And if you happen to see that Lukowski, tell him I hope he dies in a goddamn fire. Oh, God. Sorry. Probably better if you get going. If it's anything like last time, It's about to get kind of messy.
Yeah, I've seen him all over the Commonwealth. It just depends. No. He's human. It's just a spawn thing. He's supposed to teach you about, tell you to go to Long Neck Lukowski's, which is something we'll be doing soon. We just want to see if everyone's sleeping. Yep. I don't think they're here yet, but they might be. I doubt it. Yeah, they're not here yet. We'll go help defend Coastal Cottage, and then we'll come back and hopefully,
He burns me up. Don't get angry. Bill's having a tough time. He's upset. Emotionally upset. Just like a baby.
Well, he shouldn't be. The man's over 40 years old.
I realize that, but he can't help it. He's mentally ill. In his heart.
How true that is. People who overreact to minor situations may be emotionally ill. It's not because they want to be. It's because they have to be. But remember, these people can be saved. Sometimes it comes in the form of a sympathetic ear or general
SWAT
human
standoff.
kindness. Other times it comes in the form of professional help, like therapy or a mental institution. When that time comes, Parsons State Insane Asylum is here to help. Our technicians are fully trained in the latest mental health techniques to guide your loved ones on the path to wellness. Stop by our facilities and get a tour of the campus today.
Does your wife complain of headaches, nausea, or fatigue during that special time? Well, the problem isn't with her. It's with you, Nimno. She's unhappy with your performance, and the best way to cure it is with W.A. Chesterfield's Magic Nighttime Elixir. Every bottle contains 50% ox blood, 50% ground rhino horn, and 100% pure Spanish fly. That's right. That's 200% for twice the virility of any other brand. With just one swig of this potent love-making elixir, you'll have your missus cured of bedtime excuses forever. Remember, men, that's W.A. Chesterfield's Magic Nighttime Elixir. Accept no substitutes.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Are you suffering from debt and financial trouble? If so, ask your nearby People's Bank for a jar of soothing instant money in the form of a personal loan. Just apply the money directly to the problem area, whether it's your mortgage, the electric bill, or the hole in your wallet, for instant relief from stress, headaches, and crippling poverty. Yes, that's M-O-N-E-Y. And the best place to find it is at the People's Bank, the leading savings and loan institution in the continental United States.
Building the perfect home for you and your family takes hard work and dedication. But great home design ideas don't come from hard work or even your head. They come from Picket Fences magazine. For just $32.99 an issue, you'll have access to the latest advancements in interior decorating and lawn care. Pretty soon you'll be the envy of all your neighbors, and with our help, you can learn to build a fence so high that you'll never have to see them again. Because your home is your castle, and with Picket Fences, you can make it feel like one. Picket Fences. Welcome home.
We have to get clothing ready for
we at
Smiling
Penelli's Bakery
Larry.
wake up at the break of dawn, bright and early. In fact, we open our doors before
And the
most
other people that
customers
we're
open
getting-
their eyes. We're heating the ovens, kneading the dough, making sure that every muffin, pastry, and loaf of bread is warm and
Sheffield
fresh by the
too.
time you arrive. Most people don't think twice about it. They've just come to expect that we'll be there, with a smile on our face, no matter how many times you angrily berate us. And that's okay. Because in the food service industry, we understand there's no room for basic human decency. At Penelli's Bakery, we're here to serve you. Not everyone can afford their own bomb shelter, and even if you have one, there's no guarantee you can reach that shelter should nuclear fallout come to your city. That's why at Pulaski Preservation Services, we're in the process of building coin-operated, single-unit fallout shelters throughout the greater metropolitan area. To use one of our state-of-the-art booths, simply place the correct change into the coin slot, enter the chamber, and wait for the titanium door to close behind you. Rest assured that once closed, the door will remain completely sealed,
keeping you safe from all the Johnny-come-latelys attempting to claw their way inside. Sorry, Johnny. You're gonna have to find your own shelter. This one's taken. Once the radiation subsides, simply press the
You can
button
try the Nuka Girl outfit
and begin
on
the
Sheffield
task
too,
of
just because that
rebuilding
might be funny.
civilization. Because of Pulowski, we're about preserving our future, and that future begins with you.
Honey, the TV's on the fritz again.
Did you try kicking it?
I've tried kicking it, shooting it, and even tossing it in the microwave. And the fact is, I think it's cooked.
Well, don't worry. I heard the Radiation King is coming to a city near us.
Sweetie, can you keep your voice down? You can't support a monarchy in this day and age. The neighbors might think we're anti-American.
Oh, sugar cakes. The Radiation King isn't a monarch. He's just the king of electronics.
They have a king for that?
Well, when you offer 3 different types of TV sets, as well as ham radios and jukeboxes at rock-bottom prices, there's no title more appropriate.
But what does radiation have to do with electronics?
You'll just have to read the caution label for that. Let's just say, the next time you need an x-ray, we might not need to go to the doctor. We can just use the big screen.
A big screen? Do you mean it?
Oh, yes. I'm talking 16 inches. We might not even have enough space, but we'll have more than enough money, thanks to the Radiation King.
When is this jukebox gonna stop eating my quarters? It's really annoying.
Well, have you thought about buying your own jukebox?
My liege, is that you?
Oh, yeah. I'm the king, baby. The king of radiation. And starting this Friday, I'm offering 20% off on all Juke and Jives at participating stores.
Wow, 20%? But those savings are so hot, they're practically radioactive.
They're a hunk of burning love, kid.
But your grace, is it true what they say about radiation levels emitted by your products?
That's not something I can legally answer, Daddy-O. But let me ask you this. Did you know that there's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol?
No way.
Are you saying that your radiation is the good kind?
I'm heavily inclined. Now head on over to my store, you dig, and get yourself a jukebox.
Red Racer tires are known for their performance and durability, but a good set of tires is about far more than mileage. Not when your wife has to drive alone. Pedestrians, lane changes, intermittent rain, these may seem like trivial hazards to you, an experienced driver. But when your significant other is behind the wheel, even the most ordinary of obstacles is a tragedy waiting to happen. Tires are about more than mileage. Make sure she's in good hands with Red Racer. Red Racer, the leader in automotive parts and performance.
Ever seen a stock car race? You'll find the zips and the fleas, the Christless Corvages, all zooming along at speeds deemed unsafe for civilian Romans. Not unsafe for you, of course, but for your engine. So how do these fast cats manage to accelerate at such speeds without breaking down? Well, here at Daytona, I know they're leaving tracks. They all run on Red Rocket gasoline. What are limits? With Red Rocket gasoline, you'll be able to drive without it, free from all the wear and tear brought on by other leading brands. You can treat residential areas like your own personal freeway, and knowing those pesky street signs no longer apply. What street signs? The sky's the limit. After all, you're no longer driving a car. You're taking off on a rocket. Red Rocket gasoline. Drive in, fly out.
You're just about out of gas, but the nearest Red Rocket is miles away. What do you do?
Oh, it makes no difference. Just fill me up with the high-octane gas. It's the same as Red Rocket Premium.
Wrong! Don't
make the octane mistake. There are 21 megatane ratings that go into every gallon of gas, and Red Rocket rates the highest in 20 of 21 categories not tainted by European metrics. And the higher your megatane rating, the better your motor will run. Sure, you won't notice the difference, but your car will feel younger, last longer, and have enough energy to keep you warm on those cold winter nights.
Hey, Daddy, want to go for a ride?
Red Rocket gasoline, because she's worth it.
In class, it's not so bad. But when school's out and the others leave to enjoy themselves, well, if you're what they call a shy guy, that's when you really feel it. The awkwardness of being left out and lonely. Now, you could try working on your social skills and developing the traits necessary to function in an increasingly communal society. But why do that when you can just purchase Robco's new Soulmate series of animatronic robots? Each machine is specially designed to stimulate real human contact, responding to commands varying from, "Do you love me?" to, "Does Robco's warranty extend to damage caused by passionate lovemaking?" The answer to both is a resounding maybe. So try Robco's Soulmate series of animatronic robots today and never feel lonely again.
They say the best cigars come from Cuba. But do you know who else smoked Cuban cigars? Joseph Stalin, Fidel Castro, and Benedict Arnold. Which means Cuban cigars are the preferred choice of communists and traitors. But if you want a great cigar that's made in America, there's only one brand that does the job. San Francisco Sunlights. Light up a cigar and light up your life.
After a hard day's work, nothing beats a night at the pub.
What if I won to lottery? Wouldn't that be better?
Well, technically, yes, but what are your chances of winning that? I'd say you'd have more luck convincing a pastor to steal.
But you got to play to win. You know, I can't do that if I'm too busy drinking.
For Christ's sake, so play at my door, lad!
Really? Then what? I don't give my endorsement to just any old pub, you know.
It's rather Shamrock Tap House, you mutt. Authentic Irish beer, daily drink specials, the finest domestic and European beer, whiskey and liquors on draft.
Oh, you mean to Shamrock Tap House? I like that place.
Of course you do. You practically live there. So come on down to the Shamrock for good times, good friends, and great deals. You can pay your pint, me and O'Brien will be there too.
Donuts and coffee. The two of them go together like chocolate and roses. Cram and indigestion, boredom and baseball. Like a cold breeze on a summer day, coffee and donuts are a match made in heaven. And if you want the best of both, there's only one place to get it. Slocum's Joe. Because some things in life go better together.
At the Slocum's Joe Roasting House in Boston, Massachusetts, something special is brewing. Here, a new blend of coffee is being brewed in secret, with beans from the mountains of Colombia, Nicaragua, and Detroit. For the launch of this new blend, minor league pitcher Connor Affleck visited with Roastmaster Kim Welsh to see how it's made.
When they told me I was getting a cup of coffee, I thought I was being called up to the majors. I called my family and they were going to fly in from Oklahoma. It's been 12 years. 12 long years. And I thought I was finally going to the show. Even if it was just for a cup of coffee.
That's what we make here. Coffee.
It was supposed to be an analogy.
Nope, it's actually coffee.
I think I'm gonna cry.
Coffee is very complex, Connor. There are about 1,000 aroma and flavor compounds all told. Of course, you can't taste all of them, but you can taste a lot.
Yeah? How many can you taste?
Right now, just one. Coffee. But I'm still working on the others.
I just want to go home.
As you can see, these coffee samples all taste great individually, but what makes Slocum's Joe special is the blend. This is the stuff the big leaguers drink in every clubhouse. Big leaguers just like Connor over here. Slocum's Joe, the coffee house that tastes built.
Did you know at Slocum's Joe you can get a large coffee and a jelly donut for only $30?
$30? You're yanking my chain.
I'm telling the truth. And if you don't like jelly, there's over 50 different flavors to choose from.
Wait, I want to go back. You're saying I can get a large coffee and a jelly donut for only $30?
That's right.
And isn't that some special promotion? The price won't change in a week.
Nope. You go today, tomorrow, even next year, and the price will be the same. $30.
That's incredible. I think I have $30 just lying around in my couch cushions.
And there's no better place to spend it than at Slocum's Joe, the only place to start your morning.
Nuka Cola's the only thing I can drink that wakes me up. Otherwise, it's all...
Hi, my name is Bill Sherman,
I want to trade a few
CEO of Prescott Pharmaceuticals. And I'm here to tell you about an exciting new product called Sprayo. It's a nasal spray that provides immediate relief for hay fever, runny nose, and itchy eyes. Just one squirt up your nose and it's like sending your sinuses to sunny Arizona. Far away from pollen, allergy irritation, and of course, Mexicans. So breathe free and easy with Sprayo, and you'll feel like your sinuses are in a better state.
Attention everyone! For a limited time only, in every box of Spring Valley Potato Crisps is an offer for a free moon map. That's right, with Spring Valley Crisps, you or your child can be the envy of aspiring astronauts everywhere. Remember, the free moon map offer is found only in specially marked boxes of Spring Valley Potato Crisps. Spring Valley Potato Crisps, the snacks so light and fresh, they're out of this world.
Spring Valley Potato Crisps are so light, so crisp, that it's impossible to eat just one. You can eat 100. You can eat 1,000,000. You can eat nothing but potato crisps from now until the day your chest explodes from heart failure. But you'll never be able to eat just one. Don't take our word for it. Ask the food scientists who have engineered our crisps to be as addictive as they are delicious. That's why we at Spring Valley are working hard to make sure every store in your neighborhood is fully stocked at all times. That way you can finish every last crisp, secure in the knowledge that you'll never have to eat anything else. Spring Valley Potato Crisps, because you can never eat just one.
Jangles! I can't seem to find the sugar bombs. What do you mean we're all out? We packed over 40 boxes for this trip. How in Ursa Major am I going to stop the Zetacronian invasion on an empty stomach? Jangles, are you holding out on me? Oh, Jangles, you stupid primate. Bananas are for monkeys. Sugar bombs are for kids. And adults. And possibly your pets. The point is I'm hungry. Now give it here.
That's right. Not even a smart monkey like Jangles can resist the sweet, explosive taste of sugar bombs. So why should you? Sugar bombs! The supernova of cereals!
Attention, Space Cadets! This is Admiral Midnight, and I'm here with an important announcement for all our Space Fleet members. Remember, in order to decipher the secret message found at the end of every episode, you'll need a special decoder ring contained in every box of sugar bombs. Keep in mind, the failure to decode a message will not only make you a loser unworthy of Space Fleet, but as far as I'm concerned, you'll be dead to
Smiling Larry.
Don't forget, Sugar Bombs is not only the official breakfast of the Space Fleet Command, our personnel rely on it for energy, strength, and rocket power. So eat Sugar Bombs every day and fuel your future. Attention, Space Cadets. Here's an urgent message for Secret Squadron members. B-U-T-T-Z. I repeat, B-U-T-T-Z. Over.
Here's a message. Now to decode it. How do you do that? I can't show you, because you're not a member of the Secret Squadron, Judy. Only members get the new Silver Dart decoder. Can girls join too?
Yes, they can. But in your case, Judy, I'm gonna make an exception. But to all other children who aren't Judy, you're welcome to join Space Fleet's secret squadron at any time. Just cut out the postcard that's included on the back of every pack of sugar bombs. And when you join, you'll get a membership card and a Space Fleet pin, as well as instructions on how to use your decoder ring. Of course, there's one message you don't need to decipher, and that's the nutritional information on the side of the box. After all, sugar bombs has already been cleared by Space Fleet's medical staff, so you know it's good and good for you. This is Admiral Midnight for Space Fleet, signing off.
Remember that time you tried to bake the perfect cake for your husband? And remember how the grocer didn't have the strawberries he liked, so you ended up topping it with cherries instead? And remember how you forgot he was allergic to cherries and he ended up hospitalized for over a week? Well, that was some disaster. But it wasn't your fault. It was the fault of your grocer. That's why we recommend you shop at Super Duper Mart. Our shelves are always stocked with the freshest fruits and vegetables, as well as all the ingredients you need to bake a cake or cook your next meal. That's because, as your grocer, we feel responsible for the health and well-being of your family, almost as if we were a part of it. Of course, the Super Duper Mart isn't just a grocer. From food to electronics, gardening supplies to home decor, Super Duper Mart has it all. And now, you can too. Super Duper Mart, for all your shopping needs.
Superheroes were real.
Actually, Clara, superheroes are real.
Really, Mama? You mean there's heroes out there saving the city like the Silver Shroud?
Not quite, dear. In real life, superheroes are corporations, like the Super Duper Mart.
Can the Super Duper Mart kill bad guys with its deadly shroud?
No, but it's got everything I need to cook your dinner. The gardening tools I use to grow these carrots, the broth I'm using for the soup, as well as the stove I'm using to cook them. All came from one place. Can you guess where?
The Super Duper Mart?
That's right. They really saved Mommy's day. And her bacon.
Wow, it saved breakfast too? The Super Duper Mart is the bestest hero ever.
It certainly is.
Holy cow, Tropic Man, is it really you?
It's me, all right. Just out here, protecting the city of Boston.
And what's that you got in your hand there? Some kind of secret weapon?
Why, yes, actually. It's my favorite antifreeze in the world, Supra Thaw Premium. It's completely winterproof, so not even a cold night like this can stop me from doing my nightly patrol.
Is that what you're doing in the red light district? Hunting for bad guys?
Yes. In fact, I think I see some very naughty boys over there. Supra Thaw Antifreeze. Never get left out in the cold. Well, that ends another patrol. The streets of Boston are safe.
Stop right there. Nor should I say, freeze.
Good God! The Siberian shiver. But I locked you up.
Yes, you did. But I escaped. And I have been plotting my revenge ever since. And you know how revenge is best served? Cold.
Yes, I'm familiar with the phrase. And what deviously icy plan have you chilled up this time?
Why, I've turned your car into an icebox. And with your engine in shambles, you won't be making it home tonight. And when you're late for work tomorrow, everyone will know your secret. And I do not mean the Cait that.
Ha! You silly little man. Do you think I wouldn't be prepared for such a scenario?
No, it can't be.
That's That's right. I put Super Thaw antifreeze in this engine, which means lasting protection from extreme conditions. Conditions like the blast from your frost ray.
Damn you, Tropic Man. Damn you, equatorial temperatures from now until the end of time.
Don't damn me. Damn the good folks at Super Thaw. Their antifreeze really saved the day, and it can save you too.
You were telling me about that article on tooth decay.
That's right, Mrs. Carson. Leading scientists reported the same research. Cleaning teeth right after eating, the Superdent way, stops tooth decay best. And while they didn't mention Superdent Dental Cream by name, by the end of this conversation, it'll be clear to everyone that's the brand they're referring to.
I'm not so sure I know what that means.
It's called classical conditioning, Lucy. Don't worry, you don't need to understand it. Just know that I'm a dentist with a clean, healthy smile, and I'm holding a bottle of Superdent toothpaste in my hand. Your brain will associate the two naturally. But if you like, I can explain it another way. You like superheroes, don't you? Well, Superdent toothpaste fights tooth decay the same way the Unstoppables fight crime. That's right. Your teeth can be as strong as Grognak, or as smooth as the Silver Shroud, so long as you use Superdent toothpaste. So when we say Superdent toothpaste is for the little superhero in your life, we mean it. That goes for you too, Mrs. Carson. Try brushing the Superdent way today.
She wears a smile brush 3 ways clean.
Cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth. 3 ways clean is always clean. When handsome Harry joins the session, he makes a real cool 3-way impression. Cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth. 3 ways clean is always clean.
That's right. Fresh breath, a healthy smile, and a clean, minty aftertaste. 3 ways clean means you're always clean. And nothing does it better than Superdent toothpaste. In your mouth, trouble starts when stray food particles get trapped in your teeth, producing decay bacteria. These bacteria produce acids that eat away at your smile, turning handsome Harry into an unlikable sloth. Meanwhile, cutie Katie, having first tried a competing brand, found brushing to be a chore due to its bitter medicine aftertaste. As a result, she has no idea her once fresh, minty breath now smells like a swamp. But once they switched to Superdent, they not only found cleaner breath, cleaner taste, and cleaner teeth, they also found true love. So switch to Superdent toothpaste today, because 3 ways clean is always clean.
I have you always, girl and boy.
Brush 3 ways clean to both enjoy. Cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth. 3 ways clean is always clean.
Throughout history, mankind has marveled at the wonders buried deep under the sands of time. The tomb of King Tut, found at Luxor, filled with the riches of ancient Egypt. The ruins of Troy, giving life to an age-old myth. And now, for 1 week only, you can discover the greatest treasure of them all, before it too is sealed away for all time. Come and see the treasure to end old treasures, an archaeological wonder of the world, right here in Boston. Witness the one and only treasures of Jamaica Plain. And remember, this stunning exhibit will be on display for 1 week and 1 week only. So don't miss your chance. Buy a ticket today.
Drama, comedy, and sports, all at the turn of a dime. If you want the best in entertainment, the only place to find it is in front of a Universal Electric black daylight television set. That's right, with this television you'll get blacker blacks and whiter whites, helping your eyes segregate the colors on screen better than any other brand. The cabinet has been slaved over by America's finest craftsmen and features a brown mahogany finish that has been hand-whipped and varnished for lasting durability. The Despite being a separate piece of furniture, you'll find it fits equally into any room, all at a much lower cost to you. So own a Universal Electric television today, for better contrast and a better experience.
School's out for the day, and some of the boys want to go to the vacant lot to play catch. Not today, fellas, Gary tells them. I've got to be home before dark. Gary's got a lot on his mind, you see. Not only is his book report due next week, but the communists might invade America, and he doesn't know an ounce of Chinese. Don't worry, Gary. You won't have to translate that report into Mandarin anytime soon.
Let's see what you've got.
That's because nuclear fallout will annihilate your school long before you ever set foot in it. Not to worry. While your school will be turned to dust, you and your family will be safe and secure.
Alright, so I gotta put him in a workshop first, and then you can trade with him after hours
to ensure maximum compatibility. Inside, you'll find people who share your ideals, values, and sometimes even your looks. That's not another you, Gary, but it very well could be. Meanwhile, those boys out in the vacant lot, the only balls they'll be catching are the ones falling out of their eye sockets. Don't let your children end up like these boys. Make sure they're like Gary, and contact your local Vault-Tec representative today.
Waking up is never fun. You're tired and groggy. You hate your job, your marriage is in shambles, and you have a sneaking suspicion your children are drug addicts. Why would anyone in your position want to get up and play out such a miserable existence? Fortunately for you, the Wakemaster alarm clock is so loud, so infuriatingly noisy, that you'll have no choice but to get out of bed and run 3 miles just to get the ringing out of your ears. With its password-encrypted snooze button, this precise, state-of-the-art alarm clock will never fail to wake you up, saving you and your family from your own existential dread. The Wakemaster alarm clock, now in 3 colors, platinum, yellow, and lime green.
I never liked taxes. Even when I was a small boy in rural Virginia, dreaming of ways to make America great again, I hated the word. You might say I was allergic to the very idea of them. And yes, I recognize that in a country like France, where taxes were invented, the politicians bow to the almighty taxman like some kind of pagan god, just like they bowed to the Nazis. But here in the States, we know them to be a poison, sucking the life out of hard-working Americans like you and me. Luckily, it wasn't long before I found the antidote. In fact, I guess you can say it was staring me right in the face. I'm talking, of course, of my candidacy for President of the United States. Now, my opponent, Mr. Kennedy, insists that his plan to cut taxes is far bolder than mine. In his stump speech, he says that he'll not only eliminate the payroll tax, the capital gains tax, and the sales tax, he also promises to reduce the income tax by 75%. Well, that's a start. But let me ask you this. What would the world be like today if we only gave 75%? What if baseball is only ran 75% of the bases? What if your carpenter only built 75% of your roof? What if our boys in the military killed only 75% of the enemy when they stormed the beach at Normandy? Why, the world would look a lot different today. I promise you that. So, if you want to live in a country where half the men are cowards and the other half speak German, then yes, vote for my opponent, Mr. Kennedy. But if you're a proud, God-fearing American, then vote for me, Samuel A. Washington. I promise to cut 100% of your taxes from the day I step into office. As God and this cherry tree are my witness, I will do whatever it takes. I will give my full effort, and I will never sell this country short.
Junior, wake up. It's time for school.
Now, isn't that just like a teenager? You knock and knock, but you can't wake him up, so you decide to open the door when, uh-oh. He knows better than that. Stains all over those clean white sheets, and you have to wash it. Thankfully, there's Washo's magic whitener for all those tough, hard-to-clean stains. The other leading suds rely on harsh bleaches that can damage your clothing, but Washo leaves everything feeling as soft as it is clean. How, you ask? Well, if I told you that, I'd have to kill you and use Washo to clean up the bloodstains. Because whether you're a homemaker or a hitman, with Washo there's magic in every box.
A buzzer sounds. Heavy iron jaws open slowly. The gangster-proof barrier is down, and the car slips into this dark alley, carrying more bills than a cash register. Could it be the sweet little Jenny from accounting balance books? For the mob? Ah, not to worry. There's nothing sinister here. No, this is merely a new kind of service offered by Weatherby Savings and Loan. No more parking. No more waiting in line. Whether you come in a car, carriage, or military vessel, rest assured, you never have to leave the comfort of your vehicle. Why, this is banking on wheels. And just look how the money rolls in. Weatherby Savings and Loan.
Hey,
With our new drive-in service, you'll never get stuck in a line again.
Yo, this is Boss Man Blake here telling you about Wicked Shipping, the best, baddest, and fastest shipping company in all the Commonwealth. Got cargo that needs to be in Springfield by tomorrow? Our fleet will be there wicked fast, with better service and friendly drivers who are more reliable than bread on a spucky. So don't go with them other chowderheads. Go with Boston's own Wicked Shipping for all your transport needs.
How strong is Wonder Glue? Why, it's strong enough to glue this man's head to the base of the Brooklyn Bridge. In fact, Wonder Glue can bond just about anything, from plastics to rubbers to metals to wood. There's no drips, no clogs, and no fuss. Just squeeze and apply. And how's our friend on the bridge doing? Well, it appears his body has detached from his neck. But look, his scalp is still there, stuck to the base of the bridge, just where we left it. That's because Wonder Glue's patented adhesive is guaranteed to last, no matter the situation. Wonder Glue. It works wonders.
Isn't the chicken lucky that eggs are the shape they are? Why, imagine if that egg was shaped like a square. Or worse yet, a banana. That would be a cruel joke indeed.
Yes.
And aren't you lucky that yum-yum deviled eggs are the same? Perfectly round and contoured. Each egg is hard-boiled to perfection and stuffed with generous helpings of mayonnaise, salt, and mustard. From the hen to the yum-yum dairy case, they're kept fresh all the way. So they're grade A all the way. Just look at how happy Mother Hen is to see her children. Seasoned and ready to eat, right out of the box. And she knows they're guaranteed fresh because of the label. After all, who but Yum Yum sells eggs even a chicken could love?
Nobody.
In the deepest jungles, where only the most terrifying creatures dared live, there was one man who called himself king. Grognak the Barbarian. Watch him fly through the trees, wrestle exotic beasts, and tame savage beauties in this harrowing tropical adventure.
Grognak, you must help my baby. The shaman say he's hungry for milk, but I fed him already and he won't stop crying.
Do not worry. Grognak is skilled at quieting children.
Wait, what are you doing? Oh my God! You killed my baby!
Foolish woman, that was not your baby. It was a bat baby, and the only thing it's hungry for is blood.
You're only half right, barbarian. That was indeed my baby, for I am the Bat Queen. And as payment for your insolence, my children will drink this village dry.
Grognak does not feed the children. He orphans them. Will Grognak stop the Bat Queen and save the jungle tribe? Or will her bat babies use the villages as their own private bottle? Find out in this hubris comics presentation of Grognak and the Jungle of the Bat Babies.
We'll head to Coastal Cottage, I'll have to film that, and then on the way back, we'll stop by Long Neck Lookout.
Did you ever stop to think about how much leisure time you have? Some of us put this time to good use. And then there's Michael. He doesn't do anything constructive with his time. Instead, he chooses to lie on his bed and look at naughty pictures. Stop that, Michael. God is watching you.
Well, what am I supposed to do then? I went down to the bowling alley and I hung out at the drugstore. None of the gang was there. So I just sit here and wait for supper.
Michael doesn't realize how lucky he is. Most of his friends don't even have time to be bored. They spend their days working, whether it's at home or on the job. Even those who don't have jobs find something productive to do. Dave, for instance, spends his day at the park identifying birds. It's a pleasant way to pass time and helps him remain abstinent by making him unattractive to his fellow classmates. Here's Mei Ying, who spends her leisure time learning how to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older, working in a sweatshop in her native China. And right now she gets a big kick out of it. And lastly, here's John, who spends his time playing the piano. He's getting a lot of pleasure from his own accomplishment, the lasting kind you don't get from your pin-up girls.
So that's what they're all doing. No wonder I couldn't find him. I guess I should figure out something to do with my time. But how do I know I'm using that time well?
It's always good to start with something that interests you, as well as things you have a talent for.
You know what? I'm really good at drawing. What if I worked on my sketches?
That's a start.
And what if I drew them naked? Then I wouldn't need to spend money on those magazines.
That is not what I meant, Michael.
Thanks, mister. You've been a real help. I'll get my pencil and start right away. And maybe someday, I might even make a business out of it.
Well, what about it? Will his hobby give Michael a chance to change? Can he learn while doing it and perhaps prepare himself for better living? And what goals do you have for your leisure time? Will you let time slip away from you, or will you use it well?
This is a man who smokes Grey Tortoise cigarettes. What kind of a man is he?
I'm the type of man who likes to work on my car. I like to take it apart and put it back together. I get to working on it and forget where I am, what time it is. Sometimes I forget to eat.
You don't forget to smoke, though, do you?
I never forget to smoke. I might forget other things, like picking up my son from soccer practice or turning off the stove. But I never forget to smoke.
That's because you're a man's man, a Grey Tortoise man. You don't let parental responsibilities or a combustible gas leak get between you and a job well done. Why don't you have a smoke right now? You've more than earned it. Grey Tortoise, famous cigarettes. Now with a flip-top box.
Every morning, we at Pinelli's Bakery wake up at the break of dawn, bright and early. In fact, we open our doors before most customers open their eyes.
We're heating the ovens, kneading the dough, making sure that every muffin, pastry, and loaf of bread is warm and fresh by the time you arrive. Most people don't think twice about it. They've just come to expect that we'll be there, with a smile on our face, no matter how many times you angrily berate us. And that's okay. Because in the food service industry, we understand there's no room for basic human decency. At Pinelli's Bakery, we're here to serve you.
She wears a smile brush 3 ways clean.
Cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth, 3 ways clean is always clean. When handsome Harry joins the session, he makes a real cool 3-way impression. Cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth, 3 ways clean is always clean.
That's right. Fresh breath, a healthy smile, and a clean, minty aftertaste. 3 ways clean means you're always clean. And nothing does it better than Superdent toothpaste. In your mouth, trouble starts when stray food particles get trapped in your teeth, producing decay bacteria. These bacteria produce acids that eat away at your smile, turning handsome Harry into an unlikable sloth. Meanwhile, cutie Katie, having first tried a competing brand, found brushing to be a chore due to its bitter medicine aftertaste. As a result, she has no idea her once fresh, minty breath now smells like a swamp. But once they switched to Superdent, they not only found cleaner breath, cleaner taste, and cleaner teeth, they also found true love. So switch to Superdent toothpaste today, because 3 ways clean is always clean.
A happy always girl and boy.
Brush 3 ways clean to both enjoy. Cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth, 3 ways clean is always clean.
Building the perfect home for you and your family takes hard work and dedication. But great home design ideas don't come from hard work or even your head. They come from Picket Fences magazine. For just $32.99 an issue, you'll have access to the latest advancements in interior decorating and lawn care. Pretty soon, you'll be the envy of all your neighbors, and with our help, you can learn to build a fence so high that you'll never have to see them again. Because your home is your castle, and with Picket Fences, you can make it feel like one. Picket Fences. Welcome home.
It's been said that a dog is man's best friend. Well, let's re-examine that theory, shall we? Does a best friend leave excrement all over your yard or rub his privates on your leg? Does a best friend demand you feed him, walk him, and throw him sticks, when clearly the only one getting anything out of this relationship is him? No. True friendship is mutually beneficial. A real best friend will tell you a joke when you're feeling down, or bake you a cake on your birthday. He doesn't dirty the floors, he sweeps them. And he greets your arrival with a sharp tongue, not a slobbering one. It's time we ask for more from a friendship. General Atomics Mr. Handy, man's best friend, reinvented. After a hard day's work, nothing beats a night at the pub.
What if I won to lottery? Wouldn't that be better?
Well, technically, yes, but what are your chances of winning that? I'd say you'd have more luck convincing a pastor to steal.
But you got to play to win. You know, I can't do that if I'm too busy drinking.
For Christ's sake, so please, my door hard.
Really? Well, what? I don't give my endorsement to just any old pub, you know.
It's on the Shamrock Tap House, you mutt. Authentic Irish beer, daily drink specials, the finest domestic and European beer, whiskey and liquors on draft.
Oh, you mean to Shamrock Tap House? I like that place.
Of course you do. You practically live there. So come on down to the Shamrock for good times, good friends, and great deals. You can bet your pint, me and O'Brien will be there too.
Holy cow, Tropic Man, is it really you?
It's me, all right. Just out here, protecting the city of Boston.
And what's that you got in your hand there? Some kind of secret weapon?
Why, yes, actually. It's my favorite antifreeze in the world, Supra Thaw Premium. It's completely winterproof, so not even a cold night like this can stop me from doing my nightly patrol.
Is that what you're doing in the red light district? Hunting for bad guys?
Yes, in fact, I think I see some very naughty boys over there. Super Thaw Antifreeze. Never get left out in the cold.
When is this jukebox gonna stop eating my quarters? It's really annoying.
Well, have you thought about buying your own jukebox?
My liege, is that you?
Oh, yeah. I'm the king, baby. The king of radiation. And starting this Friday, I'm offering 20% off on all Juke and Jives at participating stores.
Wow, 20%? But those savings are so hot, they're practically radioactive.
They're hunger-burning love, kid.
But your Grace, is it true what they say about radiation levels emitted by your products?
That's what something I could legally answer, Daddy-O. But let me ask you this. Did you know that there's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol?
I didn't know that. Are you saying that your radiation is the good kind?
I'm heavily inclined. Now head on over to my store, you dig, and get yourself a jukebox.
Drama, comedy, and sports, all at the turn of a dime. If you want the best in entertainment, the only place to find it is in front of a Universal Electric Black Daylight television set. That's right, with this television, you'll get black on black and white on white, helping your eyes segregate the colors on screen better than any other brand. Cabinet has...
You can identify a communist usually by his slouching back or potato chip breath. There may be stains on his jeans, as well as a strong eagerness to check the mail, either for his entitlement check or coded messages from his superiors in Beijing. This parasitic, godless creature may seem like an ordinary citizen, but rest assured, if you think someone you know is a communist, notify your local authorities immediately. A failure to act could be the difference between protecting America and damning it.
And now, some music.
Honey, the TV's on the fritz again.
Did you try kicking it?
I've tried kicking it, shooting it, and even tossing it in the microwave. And the fact is, I think it's cooked.
Well, don't worry. I heard the Radiation King is coming to a city near us.
Sweetie, can you keep your voice down? You can't support a monarchy in this day and age. The neighbors might think we're anti-American.
Oh, sugar cakes. The Radiation King isn't a monarch. He's just the king of electronics.
They have a king for that?
Well, when you offer 3 different types of TV sets, as well as ham radios and jukeboxes at rock-bottom prices, there's no title more appropriate.
But what does radiation have to do with electronics?
You'll just have to read the caution label for that. Let's just say, the next time you need an x-ray, we might not need to go to the doctor. We can just use the big screen.
A big screen? Do you mean it?
Oh, yes. I'm talking 16 inches. We might not even have enough space, but we'll have more than enough money, thanks to the Radiation King.
Well, that ends another patrol. The streets of Boston are safe.
Stop right there. Nor should I say, freeze.
Good God! The Siberian shiver. But I locked you up.
Yes, you did. But I escaped. And I have been plotting my revenge ever since. And you know how revenge is best served? Cold.
Yes, I'm familiar with the phrase. And what deviously icy plan have you chilled up this time?
Why, I've turned your car into an icebox. And with your engine in shambles, you won't be making it home tonight. And when you're late for work tomorrow, everyone will know your secret. And I do not mean the cape and knife.
Ah, you silly little man. Do you think I wouldn't be prepared for such a scenario?
No, it can't be.
That's right. I put Super Thaw Antifreeze in this engine, which means lasting protection from extreme conditions. Conditions like the blast from your frost ray.
Have you, tropic man? Have you equatorial temperatures from now until the end of time?
Don't damn me. Damn the good folks at Suprathaw. Their antifreeze really saved the day, and it can save you too.
They hunted him down, they stormed his village, and they ruined his picnic. But these were no ordinary ants. They were vicious beasts sent by the queen of six-legged terrors, the Ant Agonizer. Hubris Comics presents The Ants of Agony 2!
So at last, you've penetrated the court of the Antagonizer, queen of all ants.
If there is one thing Grognak knows, it is penetration. But there is another thing he knows. You are not an ant. You are an antique. And now you are history.
Lies! If you shall not bow before your ant queen, then bleed before the Antagonizer.
Grognak does not bleed. He crushes.
Will our hero put an end to the antics of evil, or will the Antagonizer colonize humanity from now until the end of time? Find out in this motion picture extravaganza, Grognak and the Ants of Agony 2! You've seen Grognak the Conqueror destroying the forces of evil and hearing the lamentations of their women. You've watched Grognak the Traveler sailing the Forbidden Sea to slay the great Leviathan, Two Tails. You've seen him match wits with the wily Mansaurian and tame the passions of the warrior princess, Fem Ra. Now join him on his most exciting adventure as Grognak travels to New York. Sent to an alternate dimension by the warlock Skullpocalypse, Grognak must find his way home in a strange land filled with planes, trains, and automobiles, all while being hunted by the mob. You're a dirty rat, Grognak! You were supposed to take a dive in the big ground, and now the Dons put a bounty on your head!
Egg is on you, Sonny. Grognak cannot dive where there is no water. And he never met Don.
For the last time, Don's not a name, it's a title! And another thing, you big dope! Watch me throwing the other guy out the ring and into the popcorn stand! That ain't even boxing! It's wrestling! Jesus, Grog! It's like you were born in the Stone Age or something!
Grognak does not know, but he tell you one thing. The Stony Age end tonight!
Ah! Will Grognak make it back to his own time? Or will the mob have our heroes swimming with the fishes? Find out in this special motion picture event, Grognak in New York. In an age where monstrous beasts roamed the land and virgin eaters stormed the skies, there was only one man the people could turn to in their darkest hour. Grognak the Barbarian. Watch him go toe-to-tail with the evil Mansaurian in this one-of-a-kind motion picture event.
Soon, Grognak, your entire village and all its sultry virgins will belong to me, and there's nothing you can do.
Tell me, you stupid lizard, which half of you is man, top or bottom?
What difference does that make to you?
Because when Grognak rips off that pathetic worm between your legs, he wants to make sure it never grows back.
My tail is not pathetic.
Grognak was not talking about your tail.
Will the Mansaurian unleash the deadly Virgin Eater upon the land? Or will Grognak escape his bonds and save the fair village maidens? Find out in this special Hubris Comics presentation of Grognak the Barbarian.
Are you afraid of losing your man? If you're a Frumberton shopper, you should be. That's because Frumberton's is the leading department store for housewives, computer engineers, and sanitation workers. But ask yourself this, is that what your husband really wants? A woman who works all day and smells like garbage? Probably not. Meanwhile, actresses, showgirls, bikini models prefer Fallon's to all other department stores. And you can see why. They say beauty is in the eye of of the beholder, but not if the beholder wears fashion by Frumberton. Shop at Fallon's, and the only supermodel your man will ever want is you.
Man, this park
Daisy,
really
good
needs
night.
cleaning up. It's hard to run and play with the field in such bad shape, and that's not even counting all the litter.
Hey, kid, I'm not litter. I'm a bill.
You're a what now?
A bill to clean up this very park. Before that, I was an idea, pulled right out from your bottom. Thanks for not wiping, by the way. Anyways, kid, the point is, if you take me to Capitol Hill, I can someday become a law.
How do we make you a law?
Well, it takes a majority vote, usually. Thing is, a lot of voters don't have a reason to want to clean up your park. So, you gotta convince them.
How do we do that?
Easy. We just change up some of my words so I appeal to more people. Like instead of me saying, let's clean up the park, what if I said, let's clean up the park by building a cigarette factory on top of it, and then gave the money to our good friends at Grey Tortoise to build it?
But that's not what I asked for at all. I want the park to be clean so I can run and play.
Don't worry, we'll also add a provision that lets companies advertise in schools. And once you've tasted all the premium tobacco found in every Grey Tortoise cigarette, your lungs will be too damaged to want to do exercise of any kind.
I don't know, Bill. That doesn't sound very fun.
Oh, so you're just gonna let me die?
Die?
That's right. If I don't get past, kid, I die on the house floor. And you know what that makes you, a murderer.
Oh no, what have I done?
Nothing yet. That's why it's so important that we add the right language so I get past. And remember, we're gonna need to sway not just the House and the Senate, but also the President.
Really? What does he want?
Does it matter? You want your cigarette factory built, don't you? Well, we'll need to pull a few extra strings to get it. But I think some new curtains in the White House might go a long way.
And maybe a new bike for me?
Now you're getting it, kid. Now come on, let's go get me past.
But how I hope and pray that I will, but today I am still just a bill.
He signed you, Bill. Now you're a law.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Celebrity dame shot dead. Cops suspect foul play. Extra, extra.
Yes, you'll read the headlines in all the papers. Lana Worth, famed starlet, shot dead in her apartment. What the headlines won't tell you is the story that happened behind the scenes and the people who were a part of it. Like me, for instance, Joe Thompson. A promising, brilliant, handsome young writer whose genius has gone unrecognized for too long. And Marge, that beautiful dame who rebuffed the advances of said writer, probably because she's used to making poor life choices.
So, you're a writer, Joe. What have you published?
Well, I haven't published anything yet. But people have said I'm promising, brilliant, and handsome.
Oh, really? What people?
My mother, for one. Now leave me be. I've got a novel to write. Seriously, what a bitch. But this story isn't about that. Oh, it was originally. But it all changed when I got writer's block and decided to ask my agent for help. That agent referred me to the one and only Lana Worth. Actress, writer, iconoclast. It was Lana who helped turn this romance novel into a crime story for the ages.
I really love this story, you know. It's so honest. The only part I don't understand is the ending.
What's wrong with the ending?
Well, it's clear Marge and the protagonist have no chemistry at all. So it's a bit odd that she chooses him over the other suitor.
Liar. Marge loves me, goddammit, and I'll kill you for saying otherwise. Did I just give away the ending to the movie? Maybe. I said I was a promising writer, not a good one. But you'll have to see it to find out. Coming to a theater near you, The Boulevard, an OEI motion picture production.
This is a man who smokes gray tortoise cigarettes. What kind of a man is he?
I'm the type of man who likes to work on my car. I like to take it apart and put it back together. I get to working on it and forget where I am, what time it is. Sometimes I even forget to eat.
You don't forget to smoke, though, do you?
I never forget to smoke. I might forget other things, like picking up my son from soccer practice or turning off the stove. But I never forget to smoke.
That's because you're a man's man, a gray tortoise man. You don't let parental responsibilities or a combustible gas leak get between you and a job well done. Why don't you have a smoke right now? You've more than earned it. Gray tortoise, famous cigarettes. Now with a flip-top box.
Hey, Chip, you heading to the bowling alley after school?
Oh, I can't, Rocky. I got an algebra test tomorrow. I really gotta study for her.
That's a shame. The entire cheer squad's gonna be there. It's gonna be real boss.
Say, Rock, how is it that you never have to study? Back in grade school, you were dumbing in a sack of potatoes. Not to mention all the concussions you suffered playing football.
That was the old Rocky, before I discovered Mentats.
Mentats? What's that? Some kind of prep class?
Oh, Chip, you know when you got dead in one of those. No, Mentats is a drug. It makes you smarter, funnier, and comes in 4 great flavors. Here, have a taste.
Wow, I feel smart already. But isn't this wrong? Mr. Kopowski says there's no shortcuts to success.
Sounds like Mr. Kopowski didn't take his Mentats this morning, because that's just about the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life.
Mentats, brains when you need it, so you can party when you don't.
It's every girl's fantasy to have a pony of their own. They want one big enough to ride to school, with a mane they can brush, a smile they can love, and hind legs that can accelerate from 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. Well, that fantasy has become a reality with Giddy Up Buttercup by Wilson. This life-size mechanical pony is the ultimate in equestrian robotics, featuring the same high-end hydraulics used in professional rodeo bulls. Your child will love brushing its authentic mane, genetically engineered for maximum softness. And, starting next week, the Giddy Up Buttercup can be yours for the low, low price of $15,999. But supplies are limited, so reserve one today and turn your girl's dreams into a dream come true.
Scientists and inquiring minds want to know, what makes cram so delicious? Let's ask Sam Smith over at the Bugle.
Well, I'm afraid I don't have an answer. According to my sources, it's some kind of pink meat. All signs would point to a pig being the culprit, but I've tried pork, and it doesn't taste half as good as cram.
Well, Sam, I suppose the mystery continues. Why don't we ask a local housewife, Lynn Beasley, what she thinks?
You want to know what's inside cram? To be honest, I have no idea. I'm just glad it saves me time, and the children love it.
But aren't you worried about the nutritional contents?
I never thought about that. Is it unhealthy?
Of course not. Cram uses all natural ingredients that are then processed and filled with preservatives to ensure lasting flavor. You see, even Mother Nature needs a little help in the kitchen every now and then. While we may never know what's inside a box of cram, I think we can all agree that the taste is no mystery. Cram. It's good.
Oh dear. How am I going to get this stain out? It's a problem for every housewife. You just cooked a wonderful roast for your family, and now comes the hard part. Tough, greasy stains on your dishes, your counters, and all over your sink. My dear, what you need is Abraxidine industrial-grade scouring powder. It works with any surface to remove dirt and hard-to-clean grease. And you know it works because it was made by the scientists at Robco.
But I thought Robco made robots, not cleaning supplies.
Robco makes a lot of things, but more than anything, Robco makes you happy.
I do feel much better now that I made the switch to Abraxo. And look, my counters are as white as Mary in the manger.
I wouldn't go that far, Susan, but your counters look splendid. And Abraxo isn't just for kitchen countertops. It's made to work with robots, pets, and even your own children.
My dogs are filthy, almost as dirty as my son. I can wash them with Abraxo powder, too.
Yes, you can. That's because Abraxo is a mixture of naturally occurring borax and hand soap, which means any skin irritation you feel is just as Mother Nature intended.
That sounds amazing. I think I'll buy 10. No, 20 boxes.
Good for you, Susan, but leave some for the folks at home. So, if you're in need of an all-purpose cleaner for your counters, bathtubs, and children, try Abraxo scouring powder today. Abraxo, for all your household needs.
On July 16th, 1945, scientist J. Robert Oppenheimer was one of the first humans to witness the power of a nuclear weapon. Even 20 miles away, observers felt the heat of the explosion, striking fear into the hearts of communists everywhere.
Hello, children. That sure was a day for me. Part of the thrill of science. The kind of real excitement I can put in my great new game, Blast Radius.
The war is at a stalemate. The communists are approaching Anchorage, and you've got control of the button. Spin the mushroom cloud into big bombs, little bombs, and watch as our enemies melt into radioactive goo. Or else. Uh-oh, it looks like a civilian town was almost caught in the blast radius. That was a close one, Tommy. But look, your carpet bombing of the Alaskan front has sent our enemies fleeing into the night. Good work, Commander-in-Chief. Enjoy all the skill and excitement of nuclear war when you play Blast Radius. It's fun for the whole family.
And now, an important public service announcement. Let me tell you the story of Marvin. He's a good, clean boy from a loving family. But Marvin has a weakness. He wants to fit in with the other boys at school. And unfortunately, some of them are very, very bad. When one of them offers him a marijuana cigarette, Marvin is so desperate to be included that he'll smoke 5, 10, or 20 times the average delinquent, even if it kills him. And this time, it just might. Several hours after his first joint, Marvin's drug-addled brain has hit on a clever idea for opening bottles. What if instead of using a bottle cap opener, he simply smashed the top off? Broken bottle in hand, Marvin continues to drink, at no point realizing that shards of glass have severed his tongue. While blissfully unaware of his impending death, Marvin has another idea. With bottle caps no longer being produced by soda companies, what if they could be used as a currency? He posits that a fixed, controllable supply of currency will safeguard against the perils of inflation and provide the foundation for a stable economy. The idea never gains traction, however, as Marvin can no longer communicate in words while choking on his own blood. Marvin's story is not a new one. It could happen to you, to your children, or a family friend. That's why it's important to talk to your kids about the dangers of illegal narcotics and steer them towards safer alternatives such as alcohol and tobacco. Their health and well-being depends on it.
You've seen Grognak the Conqueror destroying the forces of evil and hearing the lamentations of their women. You've watched Grognak the Traveler sailing the Forbidden Sea to slay the great Leviathan, Two Tails. You've seen him match wits with the wily Mansaurian and tame the passions of the warrior princess, Fem Ra. Now join him on his most exciting adventure as Grognak travels to New York. Sent to an alternate dimension by the warlock Skullpocalypse, Grognak must find his way home in a strange land filled with planes, trains, and automobiles, all while being hunted by the mob.
You're a dirty rat, Grognak. You were supposed to take a dive in the big round, and now the Dons put a bounty on your head.
Egg is on you, Sonny. Grognak cannot dive where there is no water. And he never met Don.
For the last time, Don's not a name, it's a title. And another thing, you big dope. Watch we throwing the other guy out the ring and into the popcorn stand. That ain't even boxing. It's wrestling. Jesus, Grog, it's like you were born in the Stone Age or something.
Grognak does not know, but he tell you one thing. The Sonny Age end tonight.
Ah!
Will Grognak make it back to his own time, or will the mob have our heroes swimming with the fishes? Find out in this special motion picture event, Grognak in New York.
Falcon Stallion, you're still streaming? Oh, well, it's a new day, new
The
stream.
year was 1842. The place? Somewhere west of the Colorado. The Deadland, as they call them, for reasons that were obvious to people on the outside and heartbreaking for those left in. Somewhere deep in those Deadlands, there was a town without a name. And there was a reason for that, too. You see, for a traveler, a name is something timeless. A marker you can put on your map and find decades later. A name is a promise. A sign at the door that meant shelter from the dust storms and a card game at the saloon. But whatever name was given to this accursed strip of land, it came and went before the ink went dry.
I went to bed.
That's because it was a town run by outlaws
Slept.
for outlaws, and whatever promises they made were left unspoken. So when the stranger walked into that saloon, no one took notice.
I don't know how many more I need to
their
tidy
nightly
up.
rounds, not
This
the
is just one I
gunslingers
needed to
playing
tidy up
five-finger
right
fillet.
now.
Not even the bartender, living here against his will because no
I'm
one
going
else
to
could mix
Long
a
Neck.
proper drink. But little did he know,
Neck
the stranger was the one person who could
Bukowski's.
liberate them all, if he could just look past her face.
In a second,
And now a public service announcement.
get a trader.
I never liked taxes. Even when I was a small boy in rural Virginia, dreaming of ways to make America great again, I hated the word. You might say I was allergic to the very idea of them. And yes, I recognize that in a country like France, where taxes were invented, the politicians bow to the almighty taxman like some kind of pagan god, just like they bowed to the Nazis. But here in the States, we know them to be a poison, sucking the life out of hard-working Americans like you and me. Luckily, it wasn't long before I found the antidote. In fact, I guess you can say it was staring me right in the face. I'm talking, of course, of my candidacy for President of the United States.
No,
Now,
this is,
my opponent, Mr. Kennedy, insists that his plan to cut taxes is far bolder than mine. In his stump speech, he says that he'll not only eliminate the payroll tax, the capital gains tax, and the sales tax, he also promises to reduce the income tax by 75%. Well, that's a start. But let me ask you this. What would the world be like today if we only gave 75%?
This is a
Baseballs only ran 75%
radio
of the
station
bases.
that someone
What if
made
your
as a mod for
only
the
built
for Fallout.
75% of your roof?
It's
What if our
available on the
boys in
PC and the
military killed
Xbox
only
One.
75% of the enemy
Not on
when they stormed the beach at
PlayStation,
Normandy? Why, the world would look a lot different today. I promise you that. So, if you want to live in a country where half the men are cowards and the other half speak German, then yes, vote for my opponent, Mr. Kennedy. But if you're a proud, God-fearing American, then vote for me, Samuel A. Washington. I promise to cut 100% of your taxes from the day I step into office. As God and this cherry tree are my witness, I will do whatever it takes. I will give my full effort, and I will never sell this country short.
You're listening to Atomic Radio, the #1 AM station in all of DC.
And now, a message from our sponsors. It's summertime and the children are burning energy fast. There's the Johnson's boy, Timmy, playing football in the park. And Sally, practicing her backstroke in the pool. You keep that up, Sally, and you're going to be an Olympic medalist one day. But where's your child? Maybe he's like Eric over here. Clumsy and overweight, locked in his room reading
I've already
comic
built
books.
in Far Harbor.
You, Eric. That's no way to spend a summer. Lucky for you, there's a Cure, the new revitalizing tonic by MedTech. It contains vital nutrients that will help your child gain more pep and muscle, even enough to steal a few touchdowns from that overachieving Johnson boy. Shoo, Timmy. This is Eric's time to shine. Not only does MedTech's revitalizing tonic contain all essential vitamins and nutrients key to building strong bones and muscle, it tastes like lollipops. Good. So start your child on a daily dose of MedTech's revitalizing tonic right now. It's guaranteed to turn your couch potato into a star quarterback in 7 days or your money back.
Baby, won't you please come home?
I think we're good. That's the end of that. Why No, really, what's that music with commercials in the background? I'm starting to feel tarted from it. Okay? It's, like I said, it's from someone made a mod, and it's called Atomic Radio. It's available on the PC and Xbox One version of mods, not on the PS4, but I'm listening to a recording of it from YouTube.
Only take 10 cans? You know, it tastes better than that old cram or ramen that's been sitting out in the sun for days. There are people out there who are hungry. You just gotta sell up the product a bit more.
I'm sorry, but 10 cans is all I can commit to right now.
It was selling like crazy for a while there, but there's been talk about people getting sick.
People get sick all the time. That has nothing to do with my product. Besides, I mean, I'm only selling the meat you people bring me. If there's something wrong with it, it's your own damn fault.
Oh, so now it's my fault? Forget it, the deal's off. You want to sell your product to the people out there? Then you can get out there and do it your damn self.
What? Hey! Oh, come on. Fine. Leave. You'll be back.
It's not. I don't care about how many views I get or how many likes I get.
Hey there.
Hey, sorry about giving you the brush off in there. Theo just gets on my last nerve, you know what I mean?
What was that in there about people getting sick?
Theo got that old cannery up and running about a year or so back, and convinced me and some of the other traders to start bringing his cans around. It was all good and well for a while, but in the past couple months I've had people complain about getting sick after eating it. Don't get me wrong, not like people dying or anything, just, I don't know. Sales have slumped off, and Theo's gotten more uppity. Anyway, enough about Theo. Care to see what I've got for sale?
Where did you get that vault suit?
Never been to 81, I take it? I grew up there, but left to be a trader. Here, let me show you where it is. Nice Pip-Boy, by the way. Mine was a piece of junk. Threw it out years ago. I'm sure I have something you're looking for. You should have a look.
Do you want to set up a permanent shop? I know the perfect place.
I'm confused. So, can I interest you in a trade?
Sure.
Let me show you what I've got.
Can I make... Kill what ugly bastard? Her or the guy inside?
Hey,
Got any scab to sell?
do you want to set up a permanent shop? I know the perfect place.
You've got yourself a deal.
Can I make a food cannibal factory? Doubt it. Could make a factory. Food factory, I think.
If it isn't my favorite customer, are you interested in buying some of Longneck Lakowski's delicious canned meat?
Sure.
Tastes great in a stew, roasted, or even just straight out of the can.
Excuse me.
If it isn't my favorite customer, we've got a fresh batch of Longneck Lakowski's canned meat. Just pulled out yesterday. You looking to buy?
Not interested right now.
Tell your friends. Longneck Lakowski's. It's the best. You're welcome to have a look. But stay out of the old basement. It isn't safe down there.
Good day to you.
No, they got 4 perks. Oh, I wouldn't have thinking it just to do what I want.
Huh?
There we go.
For a set in my someone put a lot of these things in here. Except they never have Minutemen outfits. It kind of sucks. I like the Minutemen outfit. Why does a dog have a subway token? First time I did this in the vanilla game, I came through here with McCready. That was kind of fun. What's that smell? So we come in here. Oh, we gotta go up these stairs. Go up these stairs. This is the other side of the other room. Just saying, this was a lot scarier the first time I went through here. Literally, I remember being scared for some reason. Wait, is that where I had to go swimming? Oh, wait a minute, that's how we got forward. Oh, yeah. This is the forward. I went backwards. Idiot. Whatever. Forward, going forward, then we get into here. Come up through here. McCready complaining the entire time. Go down this hall, here, come back into the large room where all these things are. These stairs, these stairs, and these stairs, these stairs, ouch. These stairs, and then over here. Left to get to the thing that goes boom. Right to get to the generator and get out. Stop. That's funny. Where are the booms from?
I told you to stay out of the basement. Now that you know my little secret, I'll just have to kill you.
Okay. He's upstairs.
Whoa! 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 Hey, look! It doesn't have to be this way. Look, we can run this place together. You look the other way, and I'll give you a cut of the profits.
So you can feed people ghoul meat?
Hey, ghouls are no different than any other dumb animal.
Just cannibalism.
They're an untapped food source. What do you say? I mean, you help keep this quiet. I run the cannery. We both make a fortune.
I'm listening.
We go in on it together. I run the cannery. You bring me meat in cans and make sure nobody gets suspicious. I'll give you a discount on whatever you want to buy, and then I cut of the profits. What do you say? I mean, you help keep this quiet. I run the cannery. We both make a fortune.
Has anyone ever done the yes on this?
Fine, but don't cross me again.
Oh, man. I thought you were gonna kill me for sure. Woo. Here's your cut. I'll get this place cleaned up, and I'll even give you a discount on the meat.
Hey there.
Couldn't stay away, huh? You buying something?
Where's my cut of the profit?
Look, it hasn't been long enough. Come back and... If it isn't my favorite customer. You buying something?
Where's my cut of the profit?
Look, it hasn't been long enough. Come back in a few days.
Okay. Let's come back in a few days, and if I don't get enough money, I'll kill him. Need a boat. What are you sniffing? You gonna come up here and sit? Come here. How How did it go from 13 to 15? Is the radio transmitter still there? Fuck. No, radio transmitter's gone. Wait, it's bedtime.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You looking to trade? What's your story? People want something. Smiling Larry finds it. Brings it to him. The whole Commonwealth knows it. Now, what about doing some trading?
Let's trade.
If Smiling Larry hasn't got it, you probably don't either.
How come I can't change his outfit? He's got a lot of stuff. The Reckoning. That's his weapon? The fancy weapon? From, no wonder I don't care about it. Never cared about finding this guy.
Remember the last time I had clean fingernails?
Me neither. Oh, it's only 9:35 p.m. I thought it was bedtime.
Try this. Slot machine. It's the best.
Why do they want to walk through there? Do I have to move the door over? I have to move the door over. I don't have to move the door over. That guy's just an idiot. think it's these things. Could be this. That one's fine because it's set up differently. It says 14 people are here. But it said 15 in my pit boy.
Yes?
Nothing, Carla. I didn't give Smiling Larry a bed assignment. Here they come. Slowly. Yeah, they would have tried to walk through the hedges if the hedges were still there. them, but it's most of them. Right now, it's more like it's just some of them. Comes another straggler. Meanwhile, back at the old watering hole.
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
Nope. Just looking to see who's sitting in here for some odd reason. I don't see Larry anywhere. There's Larry. So I can't trade with him to give him ballistic weave outfits? It's weird.
Yes?
I want to trade a few things.
Sure thing.
I just want to trade a few things.
Go ahead.
She's just not sitting in her chair right now. I don't know where the hell she is. I'm trying to remember where WRVR was. getting the clothes ready so that when we go see, go grab, the lady from WRVR. We can put her clothing on her already, so she will make it back safely to Sanctuary. We'll escort her, but just in case, we kind of want to see if she'll make it back safely. Forgot she has glasses, so we need to make some... See if I can ballistic weave glasses. I think I can. No. Okay.